All right. So I'd like to introduce to you this morning our resource speaker who is also connected with the Department of Education. I've known him for the longest time. He has been my student since undergraduate to master's degree program. And now he is about to finish his law degree at Bulacan State University. No? And ang background niyan, ang mga magulang, ang kanyang father ay talagang nasa field ng legal and law, no? So therefore, I invited him to share with us. This is just a sharing about issues that we are encountering in education. Specifically, i-highlight na natin Department of Education, legal issues, so that we will avoid future problems, no? Future administrative sanctions or criminal charges. And of course, like kahapon, share ko lang din, habang nasa office ako ng division, merong isang teacher na dumating from Hagonoy, sinasabi na yung kanyang anak ay na hospital at malaking bill na ICU daw. So therefore naglo-loan sa division. Nagkataon na kaharap ako ng assistant superintendent, ASDS. So pinaharap ako, sabi, Dr. Nuki, ito, taga-Hagonoy pala to. O anong gagawin natin dito? Kasi may policy pala sa DepEd na kapag receivables mo ay 5,000 na lang, hindi ka na pwede mag-loan kasi dapat meron ka pa rin na iuuwi. Kailang naka-max na siya, 5,000 na lang na iuwi niya. So wala na siyang pwedeng i-loan sa GSIS. No? So therefore, out of our big heart, pero wala akong acromegaly, no? Wala akong sakit sa puso. Out of our kindness, nag-donate ako kasi naawa ako. So nag-donate ako ng something. No? Hindi ko na sasabihin yung amount, baka kami manghiniring kayo sa akin eh. Nag-donate ako kasi napaniwala niya ako pang MMK kwento niya. Munti ka na nga tumulo sa kabilang mata ko, yung luha eh. Yung isa lang na. Kasi daw nasa ICU. So yun, nagbigay ako and then in the afternoon, tumawag si Ma'am Weng ng ASDS ng Bulacan, informing me na nabogus kami ng teacher. Na hindi pala totoo na yung teacher na yon ay na-hospital yung anak niya doon sa hospital na sinasabi niya. Kasi tinrace eh. So ibig sabihin, nakapangolekta pa sa ibang mga taga-division. Nangolekta sa mga teachers. So marami siya nakolekta. So pinatawag kahapon, ewan ko kung anong sanctions ang ibibigay nila Ma'am Mostoles. But just the same, yun ang mga issues na baka may legal impediments, no? Na pwede nating matutunan mula kay future attorney Romel De Leon. So without further ado, ang tagal ko na nagsasalita, I'd like to introduce to you Attorney Romel. Would you like to share meron kang PowerPoint? Sige. Habang sinishare mo, yun. Kailangan natin malaman yung mga ganong situations. Sino ba mga taga-Hagonoy dito? Pwede ba malaman? Walang taga-Hagonoy. Walang manonood ng aking installation sa Monday. Joke lang. Alright. Sige. So, naka-open yung share screen ko, Sir Romel. Pwede ka na mag-share ng iyong PowerPoint kung meron ka.
Okay.
Okay, sige. Ayan. So without further ado, I'd like to turn over the Zoom platform to our guest lecturer, the future lawyer who is also a nurse, a registered nurse, and holding a degree Master of Arts in Nursing. No? Estudyante ko siya mula bachelor's degree hanggang sa master's degree niya. Sir Joseph Romel, you may take the Zoom platform now.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Alvin Nuki. So before I start, let me first take this opportunity to also say thank you to the whole Mikawayan College for inviting me as your guest lecturer for this morning in legal issues in education. So bakit kailangan ba natin itong i-discuss yung legal issues? Actually, nasabi na ni Dr. Alvin, Dr. Nuki, yung mga dapat natin malaman kung bakit natin dapat i-discuss pa to. But kung iisipin nyo, pwede naman natin ibigay na lang yung trabaho na to dito sa mga lawyers, no? Actually, we're not law students din. Pero bakit? Ayan, nasabi na nga ni Dr. Alvin, dahil nga maaari tayong ma-expose sa mga legal impediment, wag naman sana. At syempre, gusto ko ring bigyan ng emphasis po yung tungkol po dito sa ating profession. 'Di ba? Teacher po kayo and you're handling students, no? Inside the classroom. So pagka ganoon, nagma-manage ka. So doon pa lang nagkakaroon ka na ng exposure to legal issues, no, or legal matters. Aside from that, ngayon this is MA, correct? Nagma-masteral po kayo or graduate school, no, maaaring mag-take up na rin din kayo magtuloy kayo ng PhD. So magkakaroon kayo ng edge para sa promotion, no? So pagka ganun, pag na-promote kayo, maaaring hindi lang po yung estudyante sa loob ng classroom yung inyo pong dali lang ho at gusto ko sana makita yung ayan. So maaari pong hindi lang po sa loob ng classroom yung pong manage nyo, kundi pati na yung buong klase, no? Yung buong school, I mean. At may kakasama na rin doon yung mga teachers, no? May ibang teachers nagsasabi, mas mahirap yatang i-manage yung teacher kaysa sa estudyante. Huwag naman sana, no? Pero, yun. Mas may alam sila sa batas kaysa sa mga bata. So, maaaring talagang mas malaki yung chance mo na ma-expose dito sa mga legal matters na to. Aside from that, because you are taking master's degree, no, or graduate school, hindi ko kasi alam kung master's degree ba ito. Tama ba, Dr. Alvin? This is master's degree?
Yes, they are pursuing Master of Arts in Education,
Okay.
major in different specializations like Ed Management, English, Science, Math, ganun.
Okay, so good. Dito, matututunan nyo rin yung mga issues na maaari nyo i-consider during your thesis writing, no? Kasi research is may mga research question, di ba? So maaari nyo itong i-consider para sa paggawa nyo ng research. So yun po yung aking introduction. So let's start. Ayan. My lecture is designed, no? It is focused to quality education and accessible education. Bakit? Sabi sa Constitution, the state shall protect and promote the right of all citizens to quality education at all levels, no? Whether SPED yan, K-12, high school, junior or senior high school, no, college, graduate school, dapat may quality education, and shall take appropriate step to make such education accessible to all. So yan po, no, diyan natin pinanghuhugutan. Unfortunately, bago yung ito pong ginawa ko pong presentation, hindi po ito design sa teacher. Nag-focus po ako sa mga learners kasi sila ho naman ang ating clientele, no? Pero napakalaki kasi ng sakop nitong legal issues eh. Maaaring sa learners nga, teachers, sa school management. So doon ako nag-focus sa learners. Kaya pasensya na ho kung hindi natin mako-cover about teachers and sa school management, no, or sa admin ng school kasi very limited lang ho ang ating time. Anyway, sana ma-maximize naman natin ito para mabigyan po natin ng kaalaman kayo, no, na basic na kaalaman tungkol po dito. So tuloy po natin. So let's start with the quality education, no. I think siguro marami sa inyo paulit-ulit na lang to, no, quality education, education for all, mga teachers naman kayo, no. So quality education, according to Father Bernas, Reverend Father Bernas, this is he is one of the yung nag-draft po ng ating constitution, no, Philippine Constitution. So sabi niya, basically, quality education is making sure that the basic education is really solid. Meaning, paghahanda to. So, ang education kasi, di ba, step-by-step procedure yan. Pagka daw hindi daw quality yung education during the basic education, pagdating mo ng secondary education, hindi siya magiging handa. And pagka po pinag-graduate pa natin with poor quality education, no, during dun sa college degree, papat na sa graduate school, talagang mula dun sa basic education, hindi na siya magiging prepared, no, lalo na. To simplify, before promoting or graduating a student, you as a teacher must be sure that your student is functionally literate to go to the next higher level. Medyo hindi ko po ito, ang discussion natin, hindi po natin gagawin na parang sa law school, no? Medyo may touch to ng pagiging teacher kasi yun naman po ang ating curriculum or yun, ito naman talaga yung gagawin natin, ito naman talaga yung ating aim. Okay, so there are two basic methods of ensuring quality education. First, continuous evaluation of faculty and staff competence and efficiency. Yan po, diyan magre-reflect yung IPCR, no? And yung ating tawag dito, performance, no, dun sa private. IPCR for public, no? Medyo na i-share ko lang ho, no, medyo may napapansin ko lang dito sa ating sa Department of Education. They are saying IPCRF, no. Pag sinabi niyo IPCRF, that's the form. Pero yung IPCR ng tao, hindi na siya IPCRF. Yun na IPCR na siya. Sa LGU gamit namin yon, tawag nila IPCR. Tapos napasok ako sa Department of Education, nagtataka ako ba't they are saying IPCRF instead of IPCR. Anyway, napansin ko lang ho. No. Number 2, yun po yung evaluate students, no? Ine-evaluate natin yung student para ma-determine natin yung level of learning competencies na natutunan nila sa teacher. So these are the two basic method para malaman natin or ma-measure natin yung quality education. Ito, makakatulong to sa research nyo, no? Kasi pag gumagawa na kayo ng manuscript nyo, kasi ito yung magiging measure nyo later on, just in case you want to measure the quality education. So, sa ano natin, no, sa nung nanumpaho kayo, sinabi nyo dun sa code of ethics nyo, every teacher shall uphold the highest possible standards of quality education, shall make the best preparation for the career of teaching, and shall be at his best at all times in the practice of his profession. Nang nababasa ko po ito, napakahirap pala maging teacher, no? Pag sinabi mong teacher pala, dahil yan ang nandoon sa code of ethics nyo, ano? Hindi pa pwede na. Dapat best. Sana nangyayari din to, no? Wag ho tayong sasabihin na, pwede na to, pwede na ating lesson plan. Kasi hindi po yun ng ating nasa code of professional teacher. So, ayan, papasok na tayo, no? Ano yung mga challenges sa quality education? Student discipline. Paano mo ma-manage o paano kayo magkakaroon ng quality education kung yung mga estudyante nyo hindi nyo madisiplina kasi takot kayo sa RA 7610. Ano yun? Child abuse, no? Paano ngayon yun? So, basically, meron pong meron siyang parang guide, no? Minsan, dahil sa sobrang dami ng issuances ng DepEd, minsan hindi na alam lahat, no? Pero pagka kayo, lalo na pagka kayo mag-handle na ng magiging principal na kayo, lalo na, iba, school heads, no? Ewan ko kung may principal po dito sa ating platform, no? Pero pag nag-handle na po kayo ng teachers, no? Or the whole, na-handle nyo na yung buong eskwelahan, yun na yung mina-manage nyo, dapat alam niyo yung mga issuances na yun. Kasi sabi nga ng aming doktor, ewan ko kung kilala niyo siya, si Dr. Ming, no? Irmingaldo Antonio. Sabi, nasa kasulatan, no, ang kaligtasan. Kasi yun po yung magiging guide nyo. Pagka meron hong nagsabi sa inyo, you're liable for ganito, ganyan. Hindi. Kasi it is expressly provided in the department order or in the specific law. So, hindi po pwedeng ganun. Sa DepEd pa naman takutan, no? Medyo, yun nga, sabi ni Dr. Nuki, may konting kaalaman, mayabang na. Wag ko sana tayo maging ganun, no? Pero, dapat kaya nating proteksyonan din yung sarili natin sa pamamagitan ng mga issuances, ng mga batas. So, basa-basa lang ho. Isa pa pong challenge, no? Yung poverty. So, yan. Yan ang picture. So, kung isipin nyo, paano tayo magkakaroon ng quality education? Tsaka education for all kung may mga mahihirap na tao na, pwede nga sila mag-enroll sa public school. Ang layo naman. O kaya pwede nga naman silang mag-enroll sa public schools, no? Walang bayad. 60 ka naman, no? Paano tayo magkakaroon ng quality education nun? So, yun. At lastly, yung education during the time of pandemic. Napakalaking dagok po sa atin nung nagkaroon tayo ng pandemya. Nagtataka naman ho ako, medyo parang bago ito sa atin, although nagkakaroon na rin ng pandemya noon. Sana maging maging basihan natin yung ating mga experience during this time of pandemic para in time, no, wag naman sana na magkaroon ulit ng panibagong pandemya ay bago na naman sa atin, no? So, importante po, history repeat itself, di ba? So, kailangan ho natin sana, kung pwede, lagyan po natin ng i-put natin in writing yung mga yung mga learnings natin para magamit natin kung sakasakali magkakaroon ng ganyan. Noong panahon daw ng gera, talaga hinto ang edukasyon. Buti ngayon pandemya, virus, kaya pa natin ituloy, pero nagkakaroon po tayo ng problema pa rin sa quality education. And education for all, of course. Kasi hindi naman kaya lahat ng ng internet, no? Wala namang internet connection lahat. Sabihin na natin may asynchronous, kaya lang hindi rin naman nila ma-access, wala silang gadget. So, yan lang yung mga challenges to quality education and education for all. Hindi po tayo lumalayo sa legal issues because we are talking about the Constitution, what is provided in the Constitution. So, importante ito. So, yan. Ano pang pag-uusapan natin ngayon? Student discipline, poverty, and education during the time of pandemic. No? Sabi ko nga sa inyo, may touch to ng teaching profession. Hindi tayo magdi-discuss dito pamukha ng sa law school. Napakalayo nito sa law school. Ang isang batas, naabot siguro kami ng ilang meetings. Dito, didiscuss natin ng marami itong madidiscuss natin. I think makikita natin later on. Pero madidiscuss natin to in just few hours, no? Okay. Anong role ng teacher sa student discipline? Tingnan nyo nga. Role model, mentor, caregiver, advisor. Wala na tayong tanong tungkol dun sa mentor at advisor, no? Pero sa role model, hindi na rin to malaking issue kasi nangyayari naman na talaga to eh. Natatandaan ko yung kapatid ko, teacher din ho kasi yung kapatid ko. Actually, dalawa silang teacher, no? Dalawa silang licensed teacher. But yung isa, practicing, yung isa naman, nagte-take din siya na took up na
Ako, naghang yata si Sir Romel.
Opo, sir.
Naghang siya, no?
Opo, sir.
Wala po siya. Akala ko sa akin lang po.
Oo, nako.
Wala ko po nag-iisip lang, Dok.
Maaga niya tayong iniwan. She left us. Parang kanina lang si Sir Romel, ang lakas-lakas pa. Ba't parang nawala na kagad siya ngayon? Wait lang. Tatawagan ko lang. Joke lang yun. Nawala siya. Tawagan ko. Kailangan niya mag-login ulit. Oh. Yan ang isa sa mga problems natin ngayon, ano? The quality of our internet connection talaga. Kaya nga, isa sa mga pag-aaralan ko pag ako naupo na sa Monday sa Hagonoy is how to improve the delivery of teaching and learning with the use of ICT, no? And siguro pupunta ako ng Congress, manghihingi ako ng mamamalimos ako ng pera para yung mga Latin teachers may tablet o may laptop.
Sir, kami din.
Ha?
Sir, baka kami din, baka puro sa Hagonoy lang po yan.
Kakaingit naman. Yun.
Wow. Sir, baka ang ending puro Hagonoy lang ha. Dapat sir buong Bulacan.
Doon ako naka-assign, syempre.
Sir, taga-Hagonoy po ako. Siyempre, i-request ka na namin, sir, na hindi pa.
Taga-Hagonoy sino?
Sir, dapat kami din, baka maiwan kami.
Malay mo pag nag-ikutan, pero sabi ko nga, right now, while we are in the pandemic, one of the vital requirements is the availability of ICT. When we say ICT, this is both technology like laptop, tablets, and internet connection. And syempre, kahit may internet connection at laptop, yung further training pa din, yun ang gusto kong i-enhance. Kasi of course, we have seasoned teachers, no? Of course, we respect them, but they also need some enrichment, no, on the use of technology. Kasi mga kabataan ngayon, technology based, no. kung ako lang kung ako lang magkakaroon ng chance na makausap ang presidente, gusto ko nga ang mga estudyante mabigyan ng cellphone, ng Android phone para yung online classes ay talagang maging katotohanan, no? O parang cellphone na merong na kagad internet connection, di ba? Hindi naman masama mga rap, di ba? Plano lang 'yon. Pero dahil nga bawal ang face-to-face at wala pang vaccine, that's the only way. Kasi sa ngayon, talagang parents ang nag-carry ng burden of teaching and implementing the contents of the module. Tama po ba? Iba pa rin yung teacher talaga, teacher interaction kaya lang sa ngayon na nakikita ko talagang ang DepEd ay hindi pa kaya yung ganong aspeto. Kaya itatry ko na bilang PSDS is to look for budget for ICT. Sa research, hindi na kailangan ng budget. Ako na bahala doon. Libre na yun. Yung mga training ko sa research sa kanila. Sa mga students. Hindi na ako babayaran doon. Hindi na ako kailangan mag-invite. Hindi na kailangan mag-invite ng speaker. Libre na yun. Pero ang kailangan talaga yung ICT. Lalo na Hagonoy, kailangan mapalakas ng internet connection. Kasi talagang hindi may iwasan na yung internet connection ay nawawala. No? Sir Romel, I was telling them that this is part of the new normal, that sometimes we are encountering technical difficulties, including internet connection problems. So now you're back.
Oo nga po. At dami ko na nasabi.
Oo nga, kaya nga sabi ko sa
wala na pala kayo.
Sabi ko nga sa kanila, iniwan mo kami ng maaga. Kanina kausap pa namin, lakas-lakas mo pa.
Albahe kayo
Sige, would you like to continue now, Sir Romel? Thank you.
Oo, kaya lang hindi ko alam kung saan niyo ako naririnig pa, no?
Oo. Sige, project mo na lang PowerPoint mo and then we will see kung saan nila ikaw na miss.
Sir, doon po sa role model.
Okay.
Sa caregiver.
Role model.
Yan. Role of features.
Okay, you may continue now, please.
Okay po. Andali, project ko lang yung aking PowerPoint yan. Hirap talaga pag new normal, no? Actually, hindi naman, yung term palang new normal, isa pa yun. Napapansin ko, ginagamit nila yung new normal, pero actually, wala pa tayo sa new normal, no? Alam to ng kalimitan ng mga nasa health, no? Kasi pag sinabing new normal, parang category yan yung mula ECQ, GCQ, no? May MGCQ at saka pa lang yung yung new normal. Pagka parang normal na pero ando doon pa rin, nakamask pa rin, may physical distancing, etc. Anyway, nabanggit ko lang sa new normal. Pero yon. So, going back, yung roles ng teacher, no, yung student discipline. Pinakita ko na to, no, na naabutan niyo na po ba ito? So sabi ko, wala pong problema dun sa mentor and advisor. Kasi yun naman, role naman ng teacher talaga yun, no. Yung role model, rin yan, it happens din, no, at alam niyo rin yan. Pero kinukwento ko yung kapatid ko nga na dati sa private school. Pagka po sila ay pauwi na, no? Tatawid sila ng highway, no, ng MacArthur Highway. Kailangan talaga gamitin nila yung footbridge. Kasi nakikita sila ng mga estudyante nila. And kabilin-bilinan sa kanila, bawal mag-jailwalk, no? Medyo mahirap din, mataas din yung footbridge. Anyway, tama naman din yun. Bukod pa po doon, yung very limited po yung kanilang, yung sa social media, nagkakaroon din sila ng limitation doon. So, sa pagpo-post, no? Doon, makikita na natin yung role model. Actually, yung pagiging role model ng teacher, daig pa yung pagiging role model ng magulang, no? Kasi wala yun sa practice ng parenting, no? Pero although nandoon, pero hindi sila regulated, hindi sila walang batas na talagang pagka hindi nila ginawa yung pagiging role model nila ng tama, tanggal sila sa pagiging magulang. Wala nang ganun, no? Caregiver. Ba't may caregiver ba rito? Ganito yan, no? Meron naman tayo mga nurses or minsan may mga doktor pa nga, no? Lalo na sa mga sa government meron din, sa private school meron din. Kalimitan na yung mga school nurse, no? Pero bakit caregiver? Sa public school, ewan ko kung na-encounter nyo to, yung mga teacher nagrereklamo. Bakit daw sila yung magde-deworm? No? Yun, kalimitan problem namin yung sa school health eh. Bakit daw sila yung magde-deworm? Hindi naman nila trabaho yung mag-deworm. Ganito yan. Explain ko lang ho, no? Pagka ho kayo ay teacher, para kayong second parent, di ba? Ng bata. Ngayon, kamukha ng magulang, pagka po niresetahan, kunyari nagpakonsulta yung bata at nilalagnat, pupunta yan sa doktor. Doon ho tayo sa magulang pa lang, no? Pupunta yan sa doktor. Resetahan ng doktor, ito inumin, ito bilin. Bibilin muna bago iinumin, no? So, pagkabili mo nun, sino bang magpapainom ng gamot? Yung doktor ba? Pabalik ba kayo doon? O kaya sa nurse, sasabihin, nurse, ito na, nabili ko na, painumin niyo na ho. Hindi ganon. So, yung magulang na yung magpapainom. Ngayon, as to liability, no? Sa deworming, may liability ba yung teacher pagka sumakit yung tiyan ng bata? Yun ang talagang iniisip ng mga teacher eh. Kaya talaga ayaw nila talaga magpurga. Actually, wala silang liability doon kahit sumakit yung tiyan ng bata. No? Kasi, ang nagreseta nun ay yung doktor. Sinong doktor? Wala naman ako nakikitang resetaryo doon. DOH. Kasi program ng DOH yun na binaba dito sa ating sa Department of Education kasi nga mas madali sila makakapagpurga dahil nandoon na yung bata. Magkakasama na. Ganun lang ho yun. So, walang liability ang teacher. May nakita ho ba kayo? May mga nagka-problema po sa deworming, di ba? Sa mga ibang school. May nakita ba kayo na isang teacher ay naghihimas ng rehas dahil po nagpurga ng bata sa eskwelahan at sumakit ang tiyan at lumabas kunyari sa mga bulati sa bibig? Wala namang ganun, di ba ho? Ang sumagot pa rin yan, DOH. Kasama rin, kamukha din ho yan ng DENBAC siya. Ang sumagot, DOH, walang liability ang DepEd dyan. Okay. So, ano lang ho yun, parang advertisement lang, no? Sabi ko nga, ang focus natin, yung sa bata. Para sa bata, para sa bayan. So, kung napapansin nyo, ayan, nagpalit na ng muka. Yung teacher, para na siya yung magulang talaga, no? Role model, mentor, caregiver, advisor. Para na talaga siya yung magulang. Yun yung trabaho rin ng magulang eh. Daig pa nga, no? Kasi matatanggal sa serbisyo ang teacher pag hindi nila naayos yung trabaho nila ng mga yan eh. Bakit? Familiar ba kayo sa in loco parentis, no? Nasabi ko na to kanina, no? Yung second parent. Dito, hindi ko mabasa yung slide ko, may nakaharang. Paano ba to? Okay. So dito, the school teachers and school administrators take the place of the parents while the student are in their custody. Sounds cool, no? Kasi parang alpha. Ikaw na ngayong mga ngalaga sa bata. Ako nang bahala dyan kahit hindi ko anak yan. Pero hindi. Responsibility yun. No? Liability yun. Hindi yun asset. Sa SALN, no? Hindi yun asset. Liability. Responsibility. So, in some part, medyo nakakatakot, no? Pero, yun po yung ating profession, eh. Kaya dapat magkaroon tayo ng pag-iingat, no? Sabi nga, basahin ho natin yung mga DepEd order, no? Mga issuances. Yun po yung magliligtas sa atin. Kasama na siyempre dyan yung mga batas. Kung actually, hindi naman kailangan na maging master ka dun, no? Pero at least meron kang basic knowledge, no? Okay. Family code, no? Ang sabi, Article 221, parents and other persons exercising parental authority shall be civilly liable for the injuries and damages caused by the acts or omissions of their unemancipated children living in their company and under their parental authority subject to the appropriate defenses provided by law. Tingnan nyo to parents at yun daw other person exercising parental authority. Sino yun sa sa school? Teacher, no? Shall be civilly liable for the injury and damages. Oh, naku po. Sabi sa inyo, liability yan eh. Anyway, eto yan may storya yan. Hindi na tayo masyadong lalalayo, hindi na tayo magsasite ng cases. Pero may mga cases din na related dyan. Pero doon po sa, yung kapatid ko na naman, no, meron daw sila na experience, ganito nangyari. Yung bata, inutusan maglinis doon sa gym, bang tawag nila yan, parang gym. Kasi gagamitin yung venue. So, naglinis. Pagkatapos, inassign yung trabaho doon na mag-supervise doon sa mga batang naglilinis. Doon din sa bata. Ngayon, nakaharang po yung may ring sa gitna yung movable na ring. Inusog ng mga bata. Bumagsak. Buti na lang, walang nasaktan, no? Pero nasira yung yung ring. Ang halaga daw, parang 200,000. Hindi niya daw alam kung ba't ganun kamahal. Alam nyo, nagati-hatian ng mga teachers. No? Noong una, sinisingil nila yung magulang. Ang sabi ng magulang, ganito, bakit naman ako mananagot dyan? Kayo nag-utos dyan sa bata. Ang sabi naman ng teacher, bakit naman, hindi naman po namin inutusan yung bata na i-move yung ring. Sabi lang namin, linisin. Hindi naman, pwede naman pong iwanan doon kahit gamitin yung venue. Kahit pa ganoon, no? Paikli na lang natin. Anong nangyari ho sa dulo? Yung teacher ho talaga sumagot. Pagkatapos, sabi na lang ng magulang, sige, ganito na lang po. Total, may pagkukulang din naman po yung anak namin, no? At tutulong din ho kami sa gastusin, no? Pero nagtulong pa rin sila doon. Ibig sabihin, naging liable yung teacher, naging liable yung magulang. So, ganyan po kasimple lang 'yon, no? Yung itong komplikadong nakasulat dito. Pero sabi, under their parental authority subject to the appropriate defenses provided by law. So may depensa po dyan, no? Alamin po natin later. Basahin po muna natin tong isang Supreme Court decision, Exconde versus Capuno, no? So sabi dito, the Supreme Court held that this is a necessary consequence of the parental authority they exercise over them, which imposes upon the parents the duty of supporting them, keeping them in their company, no, educating them and instructing them in proportion to their means, while on other hands, no, gives them the right to correct and punish them in moderation. Mamaya discuss natin tong naka-highlight na to. Maganda yun, medyo nabibitin-bitin po eh. Okay. Ngayon, balik tayo sa liability. Anong defense, no, na sinasabi ng batas para dun sa liability, para mag-excuse ka dun sa liability? Ito yun, exercise of proper diligence. Exercise of proper diligence. Ano yun? Alam niyo po ba kung ano yun? Ako rin, hindi ko rin alam eh. Hindi, biro lang. Oh. Alam ko yan. Exercise of proper diligence simply means yung sabi ni John Lloyd, ingat, no? Dapat ingat po tayo. So, dapat mapakita natin na wala tayong neglect of duty para maging defense yun. Ngayon, balik ko tayo dun sa naging kaso natin kanina na yung sa ring, no, na nalaglag. So doon, pag doon napatunayan ng teacher na wala naman talaga siyang negligence, no, may nag-exercise siya ng proper diligence, ingat siya, maaaring hindi siya maging liable doon. Pero mabuti na rin ho na nagkaroon sila ng settlement, no? Nagkasundo sila. Kasi pag settlement po, win-win yan. Bakit? Although meron konting reparation or damages or meron kang, sinusubukan ko po kasi maging layman's yung term natin, no? Kunyari, meron po kayong, kahit meron pa kong minus or negative dun sa side nyo, no, nabawasan din kayo, no, nag-contribute din kayo, at least hindi ganun kalaki. Hindi lang kayo yung nag-shoulder, no? Happy kayo ng magulang. Nagkaroon ng settlement. Okay. Balikan po natin yung case ni Ex-Conde versus Capuno, no? Pag-usapan natin tong right to correct and punish them in moderation. Yan, no? Yan, underline. Nakakatakot po yan. Kasi may tungkol dyan yung punishment, no? Alam naman natin yung hindi talaga pwede sa school, no? Yung physical punishment. So, ngayon, anong authority, no, ng school to discipline? Ito yung legal basis. Actually, ito ay designs under dun sa Department Order number 88 series of 2010. Ano to, patungkol to sa private school. Pero in some part, medyo hawig naman din sila sa public school, no? Pero mas kasi sa public school, at least meron kang guide kasi andyan dyan naman ng superintendent. Pag wala, andyan dyan naman ng regional director. Meron pa kayong pupuntahan. Ang unlike sa public school, pag ikaw na yung pinaka-head ng school, medyo discretion mo na talaga ang gagawin mo. Kaya pinagtuunan ko ng pansin din private school, no? So, Section 131, Responsibility on Student Discipline, Limitation. Yan. Sabi, the administration of each private school shall be responsible for the maintenance of good discipline among students inside the school campus as well as outside the school premises. Hindi lang pala sa loob ng eskwelahan, no? Kahit sa labas. Whenever they are engaged in the authorized school activities. May extension pa yan, no? Makikita niyo mamaya. So, basically, no physical harmful punishment shall be applied. Okay, paano? Sabi, no disciplinary sanction shall be imposed upon any student except for valid causes as defined in the school rules and regulation and in accordance with due process as provided by this manual or its implementing rules as promulgated by the Secretary. So yan ha, wala pong physical harmful punishment. Paano natin gagawin tong disciplinary sanction? Tingnan niyo ho yung exception. Gumawa po ako ng parang formula. Akin po ito ha. Formula para dun sa disciplinary sanction. Para dun sa authority to discipline. Paano tayo magkakaroon ng authority to discipline dun sa over the student, no? Ang ginawa ko, authority to discipline equals, no? Authorized disciplinary sanction plus due process. Kasi sinasabi ho dito, no disciplinary sanction shall be imposed upon any student. Ang exception po niyan ay yung valid causes as defined in the school rules and regulation. Yung po yung ADS sinasabi ko. Authorized disciplinary sanction. Meron pong excuse me po, meron pong naka-on po yung mic. I-mute na lang po. Ayan. Meron pa rin po. Excuse me po. Ayan. So, authorized disciplinary sanction. Ano yung mga yan? Yan po yung nakasulat mismo dun sa rules and regulation ng school. Nakasulat sa student manual. Saan? Nandoon po yung penalty, nandoon po yung violation, nandoon po yung penalty or sanction. So dapat po nakasulat po yun doon. Plus due process, no? So meron ho tayong list, may listing na doon kung ano po yung mga disciplinary sanction, yun po yung magiging authorized disciplinary sanction na nakasulat po doon sa rules and regulation ng school. Plus yung due process po, ano yung tinatawag natin na due process na to? So, dito naman po, magaganap po yan pagka po iniharap na ho yung bata kasama ng parents niya or if proper, no, kasama ng kanyang counsel, no, kailangan. Iniharap na po siya, magkakaroon po yan ng parang summary proceeding po dun sa loob ng school pa lang po yun, no? Para po magawa po itong due process na to. Papatawag po yan, tapos sasabihin kung anong violation niya at ano yung sanction ng violation na yon. At explain din ho ng estudyante yung side niya para po magkaroon ng due process. So basically, ano ho yan? Sabi ko nga, summary procedure. Ano lang ho, ibig sabihin ng summary procedure, hindi po yan marami pang proseso. Simple lang ho na proseso yan. Na kung saan, madidinig yung kaso ng estudyante dun sa school para madepensahan niya rin sarili niya. Okay po? Bakit kailangan natin ito? For a school system to function properly, the conduct of pupils must conform to conditions that are conducive to learning, no? Ito nga sabi dun sa isa na naman Supreme Court decision, Philippine School of Basic Administration versus CA. Certainly, no student can absorb the intricacies of physics, no, or higher mathematics, or explore the realm of the arts and other services when bullets are flying or grenades exploding in the air, or where the looms around the school premises a constant threat, no, to life and limb. Hindi ho nila maintindihan kasi, no, hindi tayo magkakaroon ng quality education kung magulo po ang klase, no? Kung marami pong hindi po siya conducive for learning. Kaya po importante ang student discipline. Para po mas ma-guide po kayo, basahin niyo po yung DepEd order na yun, no? Yan, DepEd order 88 series of 2010. For private school po yan, no? Okay. Ngayon, ito naman yung extent. Sabi ko, 'di ba, extent, parang may extension yung yung authority to discipline ng school. Sabi doon sa provision during class R, no? Tapos while they are engaged in the authorized school activities, no? Ano yung mga school activities na yun? Not during class R, for example, field trip, no? Kaya yung mga iba pang extracurricular activities, no? At ito yung extension. Ang ano po kasi natin, basehan natin ang batas natin. Bukod po sa batas na nakasulat na doon, nagkakaroon pa ho tayo ng extension ng batas. Saan po yan? Dun sa mga jurisprudence. Ano na naman, sir, yung sinasabi niyong jurisprudence na yan? Jurisprudence po, yun po yung mga decision ng korte, ng Supreme Court, no? Hindi po basta korte, yung kataas-taasan hukuman. Pagka ho nagkaroon ng desisyon ng kataas-taasang hukuman, no? Hindi man ito nakasulat sa batas, magiging parte na to ng batas. No? So, in this case, where misconduct of students involved, his status as a student or affect the good name or reputation of the school. So hindi lang mag-extend yung authority to discipline ng school during class R, hindi lang mag-extend doon sa while they are engaged in the authorized school activities. Kahit pa po wala po itong dalawang to na nakasulat po doon sa issuance, no? Pagka po yung estudyante o yung misconduct ng estudyante na yon, yung ginawa niya, act or omission, ay naaapektuhan po yung kanyang pagiging estudyante, no? May relationship doon sa pagiging estudyante niya, sa status niya ng pagiging estudyante. O kaya yung mismong eskwelahan, no? Nadudumihan yung reputasyon, yung magandang pangalan ng eskwelahan. Pwede po mag-extend doon yung authority to discipline ng school, no? There are three categories of disciplinary admin sanction, no, for serious offenses. May suspension, meron pong exclusion, may expulsion. So pwede po mag-apply yun even in the third case, no, dito sa ating extent of school authority to discipline. Meron ho yan. Simpleng simpleng mga kaso. Yung video scandal po na nakasuot po ng uniforme ng eskwelahan, no? Hindi siya during class R. Hindi yun extracurricular ng school, mind me, no? Yun, pwede pa rin mag-extend yung authority to discipline dahil po dito sa kaso na to ng FEU versus Season. Okay. As parents, no, the teachers shall use discipline not to punish but to correct, not to force but to motivate, not to obey with rigid cadence, but to choose to follow the right way. Ayan. Sana yan po yung maging basehan natin. Hindi po yung, nainis ako sa bata. Gusto kong saktan yan. Hindi po sana ganoon. No? Sana tandaan natin na tandaan ho natin lagi na hindi po tayo basta-bastang magulang. Kasi second parent ka nga, di ba? Hindi tayo basta-bastang magulang ng batang yun. Kundi tayo yung teacher din ng bata. Okay? Ngayon, ang pinaka-ano natin dito, ang pinaka-topic natin na dinidiscuss, yung tungkol din sa child abuse. No? Ito yung kanyang batas, yung RA 7610. Yan yung mga example picture. Sana wala naman hong ganyan, no? Ngayon, meron pong isang kaso ng teacher na umabot hindi sa Supreme Court, no? Ewan ko kung nasa Supreme Court siya ngayon, pero umabot kay Tulpo. Kung familiar ho kayo doon sa kaso na yon, na sinaktan daw yung kanyang apo, no? Pagkatapos pinilit na patanggalan ng lisensya. Parang pinapili siya. Anong gusto mo? Kasuhan ka namin ng pinapili pala yung yung magulang. O kasuhan ho natin yan ng 7610. Kasi yung admin case hindi masyadong matagal yung proseso niyan eh. Kasuhan na lang ho natin, paghimasin na natin ng rehas yan. Inaawa naman yung magulang. Kaya sabi nila wag na, patanggal na lang ho natin sa serbisyo, no? After nun, hello po, narinig po.
Kasi po nasundan ko po 'yon.
Okay.
Pwede po magtanong tungkol doon. Matanda na po si teacher. Alam po natin na si teacher is ano po siya? Para pong bilang pong human, yung pong sa human side as a teacher.
For humanitarian reason.
Opo, hindi po siya binigyan ng chance ni Sir Rock, Sir Tulpo.
Yan po.
Yan po yung ko na sana po katulad po ng hindi naman po yung sa GMA na bibigyan po yung side like Jessica Soho. Meron pong isang side tapos may isang side. Tapos po magmi-meet sila sa middle. Parang doon po nadali si Idol. Kaya po, isa po ako sa nag-unsubscribe.
Ito po yan ha. I-discuss po natin.
Salamat po.
Pagkatapos po nga ma'am ng issue na yon, ito po si Senator Grace po gumawa po ng isang bill, no? Ito po yun, yung 1189 na parang ang ho nito, para ma-protectionan din ho yung teacher, no? Teacher Protection Act nga ito eh. Ito pa bago mag-pandemya ito, hindi ko alam kung nagawan na ho ito ng or na-proseso na ho ito, no. Para po pala sa hindi nakakaalam ng storyang 'yon, meron po akong video dito hinanda para makita nyo bago tayo magpatuloy sa discussion natin.
November 13, pinahiya yung apo nyo at pinalabas.
Sir, excuse me po, wala pong video, sir.
Kailan po sa card na hindi niya po nadala?
Wala pong video?
Audio lang po na didinig.
Okay, sandali lang.
Sinasabi na binabatukan pa yung apo nyo?
Opo, nung mga previous na kasi hindi nagsusumbong yung apo ko.
Wala hong video? Kanina?
Wala po, sir. Audio lang po.
Sayang. Anyway, ganun po yung nangyari noon, no? Mas maganda sana kung mapanood nyo rin eh. Pwede ba nating i-send yung link dun sa ating ito. Send ko yung link dito sa bago lang ko kasi ako dito sa sa Zoom eh. Kalimitan Google Meet ang platform. Okay. So, isa-send ko na lang ho yung link later. Hindi na naman din masyadong mahaba yung oras natin eh. Panoorin nyo para magkaroon ho kayo ng insight tungkol doon. Pero nakakalungkot nga yun Kasi tama ho si ma'am, no? Hindi nabigyan ng due process yung teacher, no? Ang ginawa nila sa pilitan, nasa tawag dito, TV, parang napahiya yung teacher no? Nagsosorry na yung teacher, hindi pa rin tinatanggap, no? Pinipilit talaga nila na napahiya yung bata, hindi naman nila naisip na yung teacher napapahiya rin. 'Di ba? Sana na-consider din nila 'yun. Masyado tayong tawag dito, nakatutok dun sa bata. Yung teacher isipin nyo, pag yan napahiya dun pa sa TV, paano na yung paano yung profession niya bilang teacher? Paano siya gagalangin ng ibang bata? Paano na siya magi-impose ng discipline na tama naman dapat, no? Although meron naman sinasabi naman ng teacher, no, na naman siya na sinabi niya naman na talaga naman na nagkamali siya doon sa ginawa niya sa bata, humihingi siya ng paumanhin, kaya lang hindi talaga siya nabigyan ng due process, no? Kaya nga si Senator Grace po nito. Ito nga yung act na to. Para nga ma-protection na yung teachers. And siguro para din mag-guide din yung mga teacher, no? So, ayun po. Pero kung titingnan natin kasi sila Tulpo meron din abogado yan. Talaga nga bang liable yung teacher doon sa 7610? Kayo humusga, tinan nyo. Palit ko ba ito? Okay. Sabi, no? 7610, child abuse refers to the maltreatment. Dun sa storyang yon, parang pinalabas niya yung bata dun sa classroom. Pagkatapos nun, pinaupo niya dun sa isang silya na halos binagsak niya, no? Pagkatapos, may sinabi pa siya dun, hindi ko na ma-recall. Pero bago pa daw nun, tinutuktukan daw siya ng suklay ng teacher. So may maltreatment, maaaring may maltreatment po ito, no? Whether habitual or not. So aminado naman yung teacher na meron niyang maltreatment ginawa niya. Ito yun kahit hindi mo pansinin yung tinutuktukan ng suklay, habitual or not excuse me. Kahit once mo lang nagawa, yan, maaari na, no? Pasok na siya sa klase ng maltreatment na to. Ito yung pinupunto diyan. Psychological and physical abuse, no? Sabi daw tinutuktukan ng suklay. Depende yan. Dun sa presentation ng evidence, maano namang ng court, no? Sa discretion ng court. Ay nako. Narinig po ba ako? Medyo unstable daw yung aking interconnection. Narinig
naman po, sir.
Yes po.
Okay. Clear naman
Okay
po.
naman po.
Medyo nag-choppy
Okay.
lang, sir, pero okay naman.
Okay po. So, psychological and physical abuse. Sabi, tinutuktukan daw. Physical abuse yun. Tapos sabi ng bata, sabi ng nanay, na-trauma daw yung bata. Psychological, no? Meron na rin. Emotional maltreatment. Meron din. Tapos, any act by deeds or words, no? Which debases, degrades, or demeans the intrinsic worth and dignity of a child as human being. Present din, no? Dun po sa ko yan sa nakita ko sa video So hindi ko ma-share Pero kung nasundan niyo yung storyang yon, meron Pasok siya. Pasok siya talaga sa 7610. Pero sa side naman ng teacher, yun naman due process. Di ba nga, kung babalikan natin dun sa ating disciplinary sanction, meron din dun due process, no? Authorized disciplinary sanction plus due process. equals authority to discipline, di ba? Kung babalikan po natin yun, ganun din sa teacher, no? Hindi na lang natin ito madidiscuss dito kasi nga nakasentro nga tayo dito sa estudyante. Ganun din, may due process din sa teacher. Doon, ora-orada, pinapili yung teacher, ma'am, anong gusto nyo? Sasampahan ka namin ng kaso o makikipagtulong ka namin, papatanggalan ka namin ng lisensya. Nakakaawa yung teacher, no? Kung napanood nyo yung video. Sabi, makipagtulungan na lang ho ako, magpapatanggal na lang ho ang lisensya. Sasama po ako sa PRC kung kinakailangan. Nakakalungkot yung nangyaring yun.
Excuse po.
Oho.
Kasi po nasundan ko po yun. Sa akin lang po, bilang teacher, meron po tayong due process sana kung sana yung magulang is yung mismong magulang po ang nandoon, tapos po hindi po siya dumaan po siya sa proseso, kung dumaan po siya sa head teacher, principal, tapos po may superintendent, tapos po meron po tayong tinatawag na grievance committee po.
Correct.
Sa bawat public school po merong ganon. Ang sa ganang akin lang po, yung pong sa PRC, ang dami pong bumabagsak sa board exam ngayon.
Correct.
Itong teacher natin, seasoned teacher. Hindi siya yung baguhang teacher na hindi niya alam yung pagdidisiplina sa bata, na dinagdagan pa po ng nakapaligid. Kasi po ang nangyari, si Lola, hindi naman po niya sasabihin ganon kung hindi rin nagsinungaling posible ang bata. Kasi po meron po tayong tinatawag na an act according to your heart, at saka yung an act na ginawa mo dahil galit ka. Bilang human being, you did it because you are angry at the stance, at the moment. Ang nangyari po kay Idol, nung pong sinabihan niya si teacher, hindi niya po naisip na si teacher, hindi po siya teacher na teacher lang. Na pwede po kasing teacher graduate o teacher na hindi niya po alam yung code of ethics. Kasi po hindi ka papasa sa PRC na hindi mo alam yung professional, meron po kasing tinatawag na PropEd, professional education. Bilang teacher, tao rin po tayo. Ngayon po sa galit na ilang beses na po niyang sinabi, well, compared to other student, this student po talagang posible pong hindi nag-almusal, na hindi po siya laging natutuanan ng pansin ng kanyang magulang dahil nga po sa trabaho ng magulang. Tapos po, si Lola lang po yung nagte-take care. Marami rin pong kakulangan. Sana po nagkaroon ng legal basis si Idol bago siya umarangkada na paalisan ng lisensya. Ang isa pong tao, hindi basta-basta magiging teacher kaagad eh. Doon lang po ako biglang para pong na-trigger yung pag-iisip ko na bakit kaka-license ko lang ngayon? Porque nagalit ako sa batang to, ipapahiya na ako kagad ng lola sa social media. Hindi muna niya ako ipinaalam sa principal. Ngayon po, siyempre, kay teacher may galit rin pong co-teacher. Malay natin si teacher magpapapromote na dahil matagal na siya sa serbisyo. Dahil rin po sa galit ng iba, sinusulan si lola na sige. Pero po hindi natin alam yung predicament ni teacher na si teacher napapagod din. Ang daming bata nagawa nilang ibigay yung card. Card lang po yan report card. Dahil sa report card.
Sa card
po. Thank you. Salamat po.
Hello, ma'am? Ayan.
Yes po, yun lang po yung legal basis po at saka po due process.
Thank you, Ma'am Vivian. Vivian po, no? Apo. Thank you, ma'am, for sharing. At kung napanood nyo rin yung video, siguro ganyan din kayo kay ma'am yung damdamin nyo talagang iba talaga yung ano na yun eh, yung storya na yun. Anyway,
Nawala na naman si Sir Romel.
Nawala po siya, Doc.
Naghang na naman po siya, Doc. Naghang po.
Ayan, he's back.
hello? Ayan. Ako, naputol na naman.
Sige.
Doc, okay.
Yes, continue
Okay.
please.
Continue na natin ho, ano? Ayan. Ay, naka-share screen pa rin po ba ako?
You need to
Hello?
share your screen again.
Okay. Pero so far, natututunan naman ho sana dito sa ating dinidiscuss na po.
Yes
Okay.
po. Marami po.
Nakita ko po. Tumutungo
Yes
po si
po.
ma'am. Okay. So, ito po unfortunately, sinasabi nga ni ma'am yung due process. Opo, tama po yun. Pero may batas po tayo, sinalangguhitan ko, binulugan ko, yung mga maaaring act or omission na gawa po ng teacher. Kung pong nagawa po ng tama yung due process, hindi po, kasi bukod pa po dun sa due process, no, yung proper forum, hindi po nasunod. No, yun mo diniscuss ni ma'am kanina, ni ma'am Bibian. Dapat meron grievance committee, mag-aakyat po yan doon. Actually, ang alam ko dyan, doon muna sa advisor. Mag-uusap muna yung magulang sa advisor. Tapos, aakyat pa yan. Bago pa umakyat doon sa principal, aakyat doon sa division office, etc. etc. Ngayon, bukod sa hindi proper yung forum, walang due process, no? Pero, kung nagawa ng tama yun, nakakalungkot man aminin, no? Maaari siyang maging liable for 7610. No? Kasi yan po nakasulat sa batas. Sabihin na natin, yun may pinupunto si doon si Tulpo doon eh. Sabihin na natin na oo nga, init lang ng ulo yan. Eh normal naman, tao rin tayo, teacher, no? Umiinit ng ulo natin. Given a facts, ganun yun. Hindi pa rin po natin pwedeng pagbuhatan ng kamay yung bata. No? Yan po makakalungkot na istorya yan. Kahit pa po kayo yung mismong magulang ng bata, hindi niyo pwedeng pagbuhatan ng kamay dahil na uminit ang ulo niyo. No? Hindi pwede yan. So, ang masama lang niyan, no? Hindi pa man kayo ibig sabihin, pumoporma pa lang kayo no, sa klase. Forma pa lang, yung bata, nakataas na yung kilay. No? Hindi na natin alam kung paano natin didisiplinahan yung bata. Nangingiti sila ma'am, no? Kasi nangyayari po talaga yan. At problema po yan. Yan po yung legal issues na tinatawag natin. We're not discussing the law. Although, nahahapiyawan po natin, no? Pero hindi po natin to dinidiscuss actually kasi hindi po ganito mag-discuss ng batas eh. Pag diniscuss po, kulang po itong oras natin. Pero inaalam po natin yung legal issue. Ngayon, kayo ay magsusulat ng thesis nyo, pwede nyo gamitin tong issue. Pwede nyo gamitin tong topic. Napakaganda. Ayan. So, number 1 tsaka number 2, pwedeng na-violate ng teacher. Okay. So, natapos na po tayo dito sa student discipline. Punta naman tayo sa poverty, no? Ako, anong oras na kakain pa kami? Hindi, mabilis lang ho ito. Kasi yung ginagawa ko itong slide medyo ginaganahan pa ako dun sa student discipline. Pagdating sa poverty, hindi naman no? gusto ko paikliin na lang kasi medyo alam ko hindi na rin tayo aabot. So yan. Yan, poverty, no? Sayang hindi ko ma-share yung video dito. Pero meron tong video na sinasabi diyan nang hirap talaga mag-aral sa Pinas, no? Sabi excited na daw yung mga bata pumasok. Pero si nanay hindi pa. Wala pang pambayad ng matrikula, no? Ngayon sinasabi nga na may mga malalayong tao dito, malalayong mga lugar, hindi na pupuntahan. Gaano ka-accessible yung education, no? At yung mga matrikula tumataas lalo na sa private school, no? We're not talking about public school because wala naman tayong tuition fee, no? Tama po ba? So yun ang nangyayari. Kaya paano magkakaroon ng education for all kung hindi mo naman pwedeng isang tabi yung gustong mag-aral ng bata sa private school, di ba? Kasi magkakaroon tayo diyan ng paano magkakaroon ng division ng kung ito pag mahirap ka public school ka lang, pag may kaya ka private school ka lang. Sila lang yung pwede dito sa private school at yung mga mahirap hindi ganoon. Wala akong ganung barrier, no? Ngayon, ang pag-uusapan dito, is education accessible to all? Nakita nyo, mabalik tayo sa Constitution, pero nag-uusap tayo tungkol dito. At may touch ng pagiging ng teaching profession. Okay. Ngayon, ang sagot, it may be yes, no? Kaya lang hindi siya ganun kaano kasi in fairness naman po sa government natin, sa education for all, no? Accessible education for all. Meron pong public school. Public schools po na halos libre. Meron pong ALS, alam niyo yan, nasa DepEd. Meron pang may mga special needs na education, no? SPED, etc. So, in fairness naman sa ating government, maaari naman na accessible naman, pero kulang pa no? Ngayon, sakaling accessible, ito yan. Kamusta naman yung quality education? Accessible. Meron public school. Ang sikip naman ng classroom. May ALS. Yung po bang lahat ng natututunan nila dun sa loob ng classroom, natututunan nila sa ALS? Hindi, di ba? Ganun yan. Yung quality education pa rin. Kasi sabi, quality education and education for all. And yung ginamit na conjunction may English teacher ba dito? Pag and, ibig sabihin, pareho yun dapat. Di ba? Hindi naman or. Ngayon, medyo bibisan ko na para hindi naman tayo magutom. Okay. So, ito pa, sa Philippine Statistics ng 2018, sinasabi, 6 out of 10 families in 2016, no? And 5 out of 10 families in 2017. Ayan, hindi ko mabasa. Had no access to basic education. Ito, kung ako, nag-professor ko rin si Dr. Alvin. Merong yan, di ba? Blank spot, tsaka blind spot. Tingnan nyo to. Dati, 2016, ano nangyari? 6 na naging 5 pa. Tingin nyo, nag-i-improve ang quality, ang tawag dito, education for all? Yan yung mga issue. So, ang hindrance daw, nagkaroon ng meeting yan ang sabi, poverty daw, tsaka yung learning, yung learning spaces in Parklands area. So, yan. Ito pa. Hindi lang daw natatapos sa pre-tuition fee ang lahat, no? Porque pre-tuition fee, nakakapag-aral ka na. Meron pa kayo ibang gastusin, no? allowance, transpo, pagkatapos project and homework. Oh. Kung wala ka namang kahit isang tukaka, kunyari, kakainin nyo lang, gagamitin nyo pa ba sa project? Oh. Ngayon, apektado pa rin yung sinasabi sa Constitution na education for all and quality education. So, maganda sana pag-aralan to, no? Pagkatapos, kung ano yung kulang, mabigyan natin ng parang recommendation dun sa study natin yung government para at matugunan din naman no, kung meron naman talagang sinasabi. Ayan. Ito yung isang graduate ng ALS. Nagpapasalamat siya. Inibilisan ko na ho Sayang din ho kasi. Okay, so paano ngayon kung yung estudyante nag-refuse sa pagbabayad ng tuition and other school fees, no? Sabi, hindi daw tama as to private school po ito pinapaalala ko lang ho. Hindi daw tama na yung estudyante na yun mag-demand or yung parents nila ay mag-demand ng quality education, ma-evaluate yung students' scholastic competence, no? At magkaroon sila ng access to school record, no? Hindi daw tama. So, ano po yung principle behind this? Yung principle po na involved dito is yung tacit resolutory condition under the Civil Code under Article 1191. Anong sinasabi dito? Kasi simplihin ko na ho. Ayoko masyadong magbasa ng batas para sa inyo. Ganito. Pag kunyari car insurance, 'di ba? Hindi na ba dito may mga sasakyan na bago. So, kung kahit hindi man, maalalaman nyo rin yun, no? So, kasi magkakaroon kayo ng MA, magiging principal kayo, tataas kayo, magiging superintendent kayo, magiging, siyempre magkaka-brand new din kayo. Ganun. So, sa car insurance, para makapag-claim ka, dapat bayad ka. 'Di ba? Hindi ka pwedeng mag-claim nang hindi ka bayad. Kasi may obligation nga yung car insurance na bigay yung claim mo kung kunyari mabangga ka man. Pero may obligation ka naman in return na magbayad ng iyong policy, no? Babayaran mo yung policy mo. Ganun din sa education. Siyempre, magbabayad ka rin ng tuition fee sa private, no? Para makapag-demand ka naman ng quality education. Yan nga, yung tatlong yan. Pinaka gusto kong i-highlight dito yung access to school records. Kasi yan talaga, nakasaad talaga yan doon sa DO. So, pagka po hindi daw nakapagbayad yung estudyante, no, ng kanyang tuition fees or yung mga kanyang financial obligation dun sa eskwelahan, pwede daw i-hold yung school record, no? Basahin yung mabuti yan. Kasi yan po yung magiging way nyo naman para mahirap nga siya, pumasok siya sa private school. Yan naman yung para naman wala naman lokohan na eto, gusto mo mag-aral sa magandang eskwelahan, kaya lang ayaw mo naman magbayad. Wag naman, kasi business din to, no? Ngayon, yung sinasabi nating quality education, tsaka evaluate his or her scholastic competence, diyan, sinasabi ko lang na hindi tama na mag-demand siya. Pero hindi dapat natin siyang pigilan kumuha ng exam. Hindi dapat natin pigilan na magkaroon siya ng quality education. Kasi obligasyon po yun ng school. Hindi lang tama na i-demand niya. Paano? Hindi na nga siya nagbabayad ng tuition, sasabihin niya, yung teacher ko naman, hindi ko naman maintindihan kung anong tinuturo. O, tagatapos kaya sasabihin niya na, dapat exam na namin ngayon, hindi pa kami kasi walang ng mga test paper, ganyan. Hindi nila pwedeng i-demand yun, pero dapat pong ibigay ng school. Pero as to access to school record, pwede niyo pong i-hold yun under DO 88, Series of 2010. Ayan, sana nakukuha niyo ho. Ngayon, meron din hong Supreme Court decision. Sabi ng Supreme Court, since parents of students have failed to comply with the condition and requisite of admission, like payment of duly approved tuition fees, the school cannot be regarded as having acted arbitrarily or capriciously in refusing to enroll their student. Kasi part yon ng school rules and regulation. Para ma-admit ka, dapat bayad ka tuition fee. Doon sa private school po yan, ha? Yan. Ito, pwede natin itong ipasok dito sa public school. Involuntary contribution. Nandun kasi yun sa rights ng estudyante, under Batas Pambansa bilang 232, Section 9. Makikita niyo pag binasa niyo yung BP 232 na to. So sinasabi doon, students have right to be free from voluntary or from involuntary. Wala nang sulat na voluntary, pero in interpretation, kahit pa voluntary yan sinasabi, kasi pwedeng sabihin umuupo yan, tapos sabihin naman ng bata hindi, so hindi na yun parang hindi na yun multi academic na, kasi napagdesisyonan na hindi yun kailangan pang i-considera kung voluntary or involuntary contribution yun. As long as meron pong contribution, dapat free po yun. Ngayon, ganito yung issue niyan. May kwento rin ako dyan. Meron pong isang principal na kumolekta po nasa Division of Malolos po ito. Kumolekta po siya ng contribution para daw sa electric pan. Kasi daw, yun daw sa MOOE nila, hindi daw sasapat para makabili ng electric pan na magiging parang komportable naman yung bata. Parang isa-isa lang kaya nila kada room. Kumolekta siya. Ngayon, sabi ng magulang, violation to ng BP 232, Section 9. Parang lawyer pa yung magulang. Sino bang magulang? Hindi. Sabi niya, against to sa right ng child. Sabi ng teacher, ng principal, sige, kung ganun pa lang iniisip nyo, balik na lang yung contribution. Magtiis na lang sila sa single electric pan. Ito po ang issue dyan. Balik tayo sa Constitution. Paano naman yung quality education kung napakainit sa loob ng eskwela, sa loob ng room? Paano naman yung mga yung accessible to all, na provision doon, kung hindi naman kaya mag-aral sa ganun ng mga ibang bata? Sabi mo na mahirap, pero may mahirap pa rin naman na hinihika, may mahirap pa rin naman na hindi nila talaga kaya yung ganun ka-init. Hindi naman porket mahirap, na yan, parang immune na yan sa lahat ng sakit, So, yan po yung pinaka-issue dyan. Pero, kung babasahin nyo na mabuti yung nasa BP 232, sinasabi doon, may exception doon. Pagka daw inauthorize ng parang dito, yung grupo, ng yung samahan na yon, pag inauthorize doon ng samahan, papatunayan nyo lang kung anong samahan yun. So, yun. Siguro yung Parents-Teacher Association. Yan. Kung kunyari, doon kayo kukolekta, Parents-Teacher Association, dapat otorisado ng samahan na yun. Yung collection, yung contribution. Okay. So, confidentiality of records. Total na pag-uusapan naman natin yung rights ng mga bata. Pag-usapan din muna natin itong confidentiality of record. Konti na lang to. Okay. So, the student shall have the right to the confidentiality of school record, no, which the school shall maintain and preserve. Under pa rin yun ng BP 232. Ano yung pinag-uusapan natin dito? Data privacy. Na-discuss po natin yung child abuse. Na-discuss po natin yung mga rights ng child. Na-discuss po natin yung data privacy. I-discuss pa natin yung data privacy, no? Yung constitution na-discuss natin. So, dito sa data privacy, pasimplihin lang ho natin, no? Hindi mo pwedeng ibigay yung mga data, no, na mag-a-identify dun sa tao. In general po yan. Hindi lang po sa eskwelahan, kahit po sa mga iba, no, ng mga tao. Mahirap man o mayaman. Ganito po. Ngayon, panahon ng pandemic, gusto kong i-relate yung data privacy na nangyayari, yung data privacy natin na batas. Sa nangyayari. Ano po yan mga yan? Sa school record po, meron pong mga nanghihingi ng record ng bata, gagamitin daw sa vaccine, etc. etc. Hindi po pwedeng basta-bastang ibigay yan. Ako po, nasa health po ako ng Division of Malolos, pero sinasabi ko po ito sa inyo. Dapat po, bago po natin i-process, no, yung data ng individual na pwedeng magturo na siya yun, dapat meron pong consent. Papaalam po muna natin, no? Ngayon, sa part naman na nanghihingi, dapat meron siyang legit na paggagamitan. Isusulat niya ho doon kung para saan lang ho yun. At solely, doon po gagamitin yun. No? At bukod pa po doon, nakasulat po dapat na pro-protection na nila yung data na ibibigay ninyo kung sakasakali. Ngayon, ang general principle dito, kung hindi nyo kayang kung hindi nyo kayang proteksyonan, huwag nyo kolektahin, no? Kasi kung kukunin nyo at mabibigay nyo ng basta-basta sa iba, magbabiolate ka ng data privacy law. Isa pa po sa data privacy during the time of pandemic dito sa education, no? Yung pong mga activities natin. Marami po mga teacher nagpo-post sa social media mga picture po ng estudyante nila. O sir, bakit? Ano bang problema doon? Picture lang naman yun. Ma-identify po yung individual na siya yun. Anong problema doon? Kung pupurihin mo naman, di ba? Anong problema doon kung maganda naman yung ginagawa niya? Hindi niyo mapapansin. May mga ang maaari mga problema niyan. Kahit pa maganda yung pinost niyo. Baka naman yung magulang ayaw hong mag-aral na yung estudyante doon sa public school, kunyari, no? O sinasabi niya, pinamamalitan niya, nasa ano yan nasa dito, private school yan, sa Montessori nag-aaral. With due respect to the private school, no, okay naman ho, lalo na yung ating quality education. Kaya lang meron pong ganun ng thinking. Ngayon, pag na-post yung anak nila without the consent, no, of the mother, no, who is the legal guardian or the parents, no, hindi lang legal guardian, siya talaga yung biological parent, no, ng anak niya, maaaring ma-invade yung privacy nila. O malalaman na ngayon ng kayabangan niya na private sa public school pa nag-aaral. May mga ganun pong issue. Ano pang isang issue? Yung mga like na sa activity na paramihan ng like ng mga gagawin. Be careful po doon kasi po maaari pong ma-expose po yung bata naman sa cyberbullying, no? Yung cyberbullying po kahit po yung bang masaktan lang yung bata na emotional, no? Kasi dahil sa ginawa niya na yon, parang tutuksoin siya ganyan. So, nabubully na rin siya. So, meron specific provision ng cyberbullying sa school, napaka-specific niyan. Yan po yung mga issues na importante po sa education. Legal issues na importante sa education. Actually, hindi lang natin na-discuss yung mga legal issues, pati yung mga ibang issues, side issues na. No? So, Constitution, RA 7610, data privacy, cyberbullying, yung mga issuances ng DepEd, specifically yung DO 88 series of 2010, no? Yung pong proposal ni Senator Grace po, at yung BP 232. So yun po yung napag-usapan natin.
Pwede mo magtanong?
Maikling panahon. Po, last slide ko na ho ito eh. Sige po.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Hindi pala.
Hindi pala.
Nurse pa lang pala, hindi pa doctor.
Oo, hindi pa.
Future attorney, Romel De Leon. Before we end our discussion, we will entertain some questions, clarificatory questions, or clarificatory questions from our students in the MAED program. Yes, Jezreel, you were saying something?
Hello po, Dr. Vic.
Sandali lang po. Naka-share slide pa rin po ba ako?
Yeah, okay lang yan. Yeah, okay lang.
Okay lang, sige.
Yeah.
Hello sir, tanong ko lang po kasi doon nakaraan po sir nung Tuesday, yung NPC po nag-post nga po regarding sa data privacy po no Sir Joseph ng sinabi doon kagad ng don't post photos, video of students in online classes ganyan. Pero wala po akong nabasa doon na pwede pong mag-post yung teacher kapag may consent. So ang tanong ko lang sir, okay lang po ba mag-post basta't may consent po ng magulang?
Ang problema nyo ho yan, dapat mas maganda kung in writing yung consent nyo. Ang iniiwasan po siguro ng issuance na yon, maaari po kasi na maging relax na yung teacher, no, sa pagpo-post sa social media dahil po may alam siya na kailangan lang ng consent. Hindi na nila diniscuss siguro yung consent dahil doon. Ngayon, kung gagamitin mo yun as defense, no, yung consent, dapat in writing ka. Lahat yung papapirmahan mo, no? Madali ba para sa iyo yan? Lalo pa ngayon hindi tayo face to face. Kaya naging ganun yung issuance. Anyway, pinoprotectionan din ho kayo ng issuance na yun. Marami naman tayo ibang activity. Sige, tuloy po kayo. Tuloy po.
Yun lang po sir. Yun lang po kasi nagkaroon po ako ng yun. Nagkaroon po ako ng confusion po sir regarding sa pagpo-post. Kasi dati nagpo-post ako. Nagpapaalam po ako dun sa group chat ng mga magulang. Sabi okay naman daw. Kaso lang yan nga, yung NPC po naglabas lang yung Tuesday. Sabi, don't post kagad. Walang nakalagay na pwede naman pag may consent. Walang nakalagay na ganun sa article sir.
Kasi in general, baka mamaya meron sila natanggap ng mga reklamo, no? Whether nanghumingi ng consent or hindi, no? Yun na, iniiwasan na nila. Kaya In general, nagkaroon sila ng issuance na ganun para protection ng lahat ng teacher. Nakakaalam man ng batas o hindi. Okay? Klaro po.
Sir, kung ano po, para kung masipag na lang po mag-post po.
Yun. Nakuha niyo ho. Na yun naman din ang reason kung ba't ho ginawa yung issuance na yun.
Sir, paano tong online classes na to? Okay lang po ba kami naman? Kasi hindi naman na kami teacher dito. Estudyante naman kami. Like this, sir, sa platform na to, di ba? Nahan po kami, graduate school naman po. So, pwede po ba kami mag-post din naman? Kasi nagpa-post po kami minsan eh. Para po sa di ba, sir?
May magre-reklamo ba?
Yeah.
May magre-reklamo ba sa inyo?
Sir, okay.
Itaas nyo ang kalwa.
Sa part ko naman, sir, okay lang po ba yun? Ganun po ba? Pwede po ba yung pinapost namin to, yung nag-online meeting po?
Medyo, kasi ang batas? Medyo particular ang batas sa mga bata. Kasi talagang pinoproteksyonan natin ng gusto yung rights ng bata. Gawa ng hindi nga sila ganun or let's say, emancipated nga sila. Wala sila masyadong sound discretion para sa mga ganyan. At yung mga yes.
Kaya pag-iingatan natin si Jezreel. 11 years old pa lang yan. So
naku po. Oo nga. Hindi. Baka yung magulang yung magreklamo, no, Doc Nuki.
Hindi mo, kina-clarify ko lang po kasi, sir.
If you notice, I'd like to add, if you notice, before the beginning of the discussion, I already made a statement that the lecture for today will be recorded, not for the purpose of exposing your faces online, but for the purpose of education. No?
Ano yan? Data privacy notice na yan, Doc Nuki.
Kaya nga sa una pa lang, lagi kong tinatanong yon, and if there are objections, I'd like to know. Kasi isa lang ang mag-object na ayaw nila mag-record, hindi ko to i-record. From the beginning, yun na yung lagi nating pinag-uusapan. And I also exposed to them the main rationale why this lecture has to be recorded. For one reason, there are teachers who do not have good internet connection who cannot join us synchronously. That is why in this online learning, we have synchronous and asynchronous type of learning. Now, after recording this, for those students who weren't able to attend due to some connection problems, they can still listen to the discussion that Sir Joseph has delivered today, and that is what you call asynchronous learning. And at the beginning, I did not receive any violent reaction when I said that this lecture will be recorded. So, according to my friend lawyer, also that is already an agreement that everybody has permitted that this lecture be recorded. So safe na yun. Ang problema lang natin kapag not legal age, mga bata natin, they cannot decide on their own path. That's why even in the conduct of research, informed consent, assent form or consent form is very important. No? If your respondents are, let's say for example, below 18, you need to get the signature of the parents allowing you that their children become part of your research activity. Along that line, I am discouraging this time the use of children below 18 as your respondents. Kasi nga, magsisecure ka pa ng consent form. Kasi kailangan yun, lalo yung mga below 18. Although, kahit naman adult yan, kailangan pa rin ng consent form. Everybody should not be obliged to become part of your research paper. You should be able to get their consent. Consent/assent. Ano ba ibig sabihin ng assent, Attorney Joseph? Kung may consent, merong assent. Assent form. So dapat pipirma sila doon. Kaya ngayon sa thesis natin, isa na sa mga requirements para maging ethical ang conduct ay dapat pumirma ang mga respondents ninyo ng consent form. Yun. And if you are in the Department of Education, there should be a permission from the division superintendent that you are allowed to conduct the study. If you conducted a study without the permission of the highest personality, or like the division superintendent, or even the district supervisor at the very least, ay dapat meron silang permission, or else it will become unethical, no? Dinagdag ko lang dun sa sinabi ni Sir Romel.
Doc Nuki, I would like to add, no. As to yung pagpo-post natin dito na kahit na mga adult na tayo, no. Ang iniingatan po natin diyan, wala naman sana, no. Pero kunyari ho, magtataka yung kunyari na i-post niyo sa social media, be careful pa rin kasi mamaya wala pala yung taong yun dun sa kanilang bahay at nasa ibang bahay pala na hindi naman ibig sabihin may story behind, no? Magkakaroon ng problema yung mag-asawa.
May pangalawang bahay, oo. Nasa bahay ng kanyang
hindi
kanyang secret lover.
Hindi natin masisigurado kung ano yung ng mga instances. Pero naisip ko lang yun. So, be careful pa rin. Yun yung pinangangalagaan ng batas.
Kaya dito, as much as possible, if you notice, hindi ko muna pinapa-end itong PowerPoint presentation para lesser persons ang lumalabas, lesser faces ang lumalabas dito sa But I'd like to think that these are professional teachers, and I'd like to think that these are located in their houses or homes, no? And they know that there is what we call professional conduct for teachers. If you think that your background is not supposed to be your background, mag-ingat na kayo, no? That's one of our moral obligation, is to keep our moral upright, no? Kaya yung sinasabi ni Sir Romel, pwedeng mangyari yon. Kaya may mga reminders doon. At yan ay nasa Civil Service Commission naman. Meron mga administrative cases na pwedeng isampa sa inyo na at the end of the day, 2-in-1 yan, nag-data privacy case, at the same time may case ka rin ng bigamy. kung may asawa ka at wala ka sa bahay ninyo nag-zoom, no?
Both admin and criminal case, Doc.
Oo. Pero I would like to assume that our students in Mikawayan College, these MAED students, first of all, are professional teachers, and they know when they oath as a professional teacher, they know the morals, no, the responsibility that they need to abide. No? Sige. What else? Any more questions from our speaker? Kasi it's already 12:20. Baka gutom na kayo.
Lunch break na, sir.
Wala nang clarifications.
Answer.
None. Very good. So with that, can we give Sir Joseph Romel an icon, a digital clap for a job well done?
Thank you po. Sir Romel, thank you
yung icon, yung emoticon po ninyo, clap, paki-clap nga po si Sir Joseph Romel de Leon for a very good discussion and a very fruitful sharing of his knowledge about legal issues in education. Take note, hindi pa, pa lang yan, incoming attorney pa lang yan, pero marami na siyang na-share sa atin. What more pa pag naging lawyer na yan? Si Attorney Joseph Romel de Leon.
Doc Alvin, gusto kong pasalamatan din yung ating mga estudyante, no? Napagtiyagaan niya nila ako, joke lang. Pero sana naging maganda naman yung ating discussion at somehow magamit nyo rin.
Very practical.
Whether sa profession nyo as a teacher or sa pagtutuloy ninyo ng degree nyo, ng master's degree, PhD, etc.
I think what you have shared are all practical lessons that are actually happening and that are applicable in the current situation. So kung yun mga na-share ni Sir Romel ay alam nyo na, parang nagre-refresher lang kayo. No? Refresher lang yan. That is why marami tayong topic. Next time, meron tayong topic about the mandate of the Civil Service Commission. Kasi syempre, lahat ng nasa government, ano yan, they need to abide with the Civil Service Commission rules and regulations, no? So, thank you so much, Attorney Romel. Attorney kagad, ano?
Thank you, pero
konti na lang.
Premature pa.
Oo, pero konti na lang, malapit na yan. Thank you so much for your valuable time and for your brilliant sharing about legal issues in education, and expect that we will invite you again in some other topics, no?
Doc, meron po nasa chat box po. Sabi po sa kanya, can we invite Sir De Leon to give a talk for our Slack? For Slack daw po, sir.
Oh, yun, pwede. So, pwede nyo nang kontakin si Sir Joseph Romel De Leon. May Facebook yan, pwede nyo na siyang i-add para i-message. Ayan, Sir Joseph, meron ka ng speaking engagement.
Sige po. Bigyan niyo ako ng konting time para din ho makapag-prepare.
Okay.
Baka mamaya on the spot.
Oo, sige. Willing si Sir Joseph Romel para makapag-share ng kanyang knowledge, no?
Thank you, Sir
Romel. Thank you so much, and we will have a break.
Thank you, Doc.
It's already 12:20, so mag-start tayo ng, kaya na ba ng 1 hour break o 30 minutes break?
Sir, Doc, continuation ng klase natin, Doc?
Yes, meron pa tayong topic about patents in research that will be discussed by Attorney Aure, because that has something to do with legalities also, the patents. Para mapangalagaan natin yung mga mga innovations, yung mga inventions. 'Di ba sa DepEd meron tayong mga innovations, meron tayong mga inventions na nabubuo. Para talagang sa atin 'yun, meron din tawag na patents. Ipapapatent natin siya. At para hindi manakaw ng iba, no? So 'yun ang gusto kong ipa-discuss later on kay Attorney Aure in the afternoon. So can we start later on at 1:15? Okay na sa inyo?
Okay, sir. Sir, pwede po katulad po ng dati, yung stay lang po dito, tapos papatagod po kayo.
We will not end this video.
Thank you, Doc Loki.
Alright, sige. So we will see each other again at 1:15, and hindi ko na papatay yung Zoom platform, continue lang natin, pero kain muna kayo. Kain muna tayo. Kanya-kanyang kain lang muna tayo. Attorney Joseph, ipapadala ko na lang ang iyong professional fee.
Wow!
Virtual na rin yung pagkain.
Virtual,
yung virtual din.
Hindi. Kukunin ko na lang ang iyong bank account or GCash account para sa iyong professional fee.
Alvin pa.
Alright? Sige. Maraming salamat and hope to see you again.
Thank you po.
Para sa mga students natin, see you.
Congrats po, Doc Alvin.
Ay, maraming salamat. Maraming salamat. Nakachamba.
Hindi chamba yun.
Kaya ka.
Alimaw yung
chamba yun.
Alimaw yun.
Legendary
yun.
Yan na lang yun.
Mythic glory.
Na-chambahan lang with God's grace and prayers and faith in God. Ay siguro kung para sa'yo talaga.
Yes, sir.
So lesson, no need to rush.
Superintendent, sir. Next na. Superintendent.
Division. Tingnan natin.
Doc Alvin, yes. Consider niyo pa rin yung paglolo. Kasi may mga superintendent din na lawyer. Tsaka,
talaga?
Mas malaki kita sa pagiging lawyer.
Talaga?
Oo.
Sige, titingnan natin. But for the meantime, my advocacy as the new employee in the Department of Education is to help the Department of Education in my own little way, lalo na in District of Hagonoy. If there is something that I would like to share, it's about research and ICT. Yun ang pangako ko sa Hagonoy. Kasi
Doc
yun
Alvin, yung research, pagka extend nyo rin sa division ng Malolos kung pwede.
Kung i-invite ako ng division ng Malolos, kasi ngayon division ko Bulacan eh. So magiging heavily involved ako ngayon sa Bulacan kasi nasa Bulacan area ako.
Parehas pa rin po ba na wala pong professional fee?
Wala. Oo naman.
Sabihin ko ka, Ma'am Leonie ho.
It's for free. Walang problema.
Okay.
Alright, so we'll see each other again and hope to see each other again next time. Keep safe, Sir Romel. And for our MAED students, we'll see each other again at 1:15 in the afternoon. Okay, have a good lunch, everyone. Bye-bye. Thank you, Sir Romel, and congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you po.
Thank you po,
Thank you.
sir. Happy lunch po.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Doc.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon po.
Good afternoon. Nakapag-lunch na ba kayo?
Good afternoon po.
Yes, sir. Mabilis po.
Nakapag-lunch na, very good. Para makapag-continue na tayo sa ating second set, no? Another discussion, another very engaging topic that we have this afternoon. Of course, if this morning we had a good discussion about legal issues in education, which was shared to us by Sir Joseph Romel. Of course, this afternoon, we have invited an equally competent and knowledgeable lawyer who will provide us a discussion about patents in scientific research. Of course, the very purpose or the very reason why we need to know this, the different principles of patents is for you to protect your future innovations, inventions, because we are in the Department of Education, of course. Sometimes we are tasked to develop inventions or innovations, so that we would know the principles behind submitting these inventions or researches for patents. No, may I know if Attorney Jaure is already here?
Yes, Doc. Good afternoon.
Ayun, nandiyan na pala si Attorney Jaure. Maliwanag na maliwanag ang kanyang background. Nasaan ka ngayon, Attorney?
Nandito ako sa Pampanga ngayon.
Wow. Pampanga ka na pala based. Akala ko taga Bulacan.
Okay, ngayon lang. On weekends lang.
Pag weekend nasa Pampanga ka, pag weekdays nasa Bulacan. Iba talaga pag explorer at saka maraming clients. Siguro nandyan ang mga clients mo pag weekends.
Isang clients lang.
All right. So, of course, Attorney Aure is, as the term implies, attorney talaga siya, no? But his background is, he is a registered nurse, no? And shifted to law, no? As his postgraduate education. And he has been into the public service. Tama ba? Nasa public service ka, Attorney Aure, no? With
yes, Doc. Since 2016.
2016 with what department? What organization?
In 2016 up to 2018, I was with the provincial government of Bulacan as the legal officer, and in 2019 up to present, so I'm connected with the Department of Education.
Department of Education also. Which division?
San Jose del Monte. So mga kapwa kagawaran ng edukasyon. Congrats pala, Doc, for being part of DepEd na rin.
Salamat. This week lang lumabas kasi yung result, and by Monday I will be installed in Hagonoy East District. So halos lahat sa atin pala dito ay taga DepEd na. Kailangan layo mo naman, San Jose del Monte ka pala, no?
Oo. Yung traffic? Meron bang mga teachers po dito na under ng division ng San Jose del Monte?
San Jose del Monte, meron ba rito? Mga taga San Jose del Monte?
Ang travel from Malolos to San Jose, mga 2 hours.
Grabe yan, layo. Oo. Taga Malolos ka eh. Pero why did you select San Jose del Monte?
Stepping stone dapat siya to Division of Bulacan. Kaya lang, nung nag-start na ako sa San Jose del Monte, so doon ako nag-stay kaysa lumipat pa to other division.
Sa bagay. Saka nasanay ka na sa biyahe.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So aside from that, I think Attorney Aure has a firm, no? Meron kang law firm, ano? Meron kayong law firm? Meron kayong
yes, it's also in Malolos. So it's just in front of the new City Hall building of Malolos.
All right. So originally, Attorney Aure is from Malolos, kaya lang since He is a traveler and explorer. Nasa San Jose del Monte siya minsan, madalas. Ngayon nasa Pampanga. Bukas kaya nasaan ka, attorney?
Bukas nandito pa rin. So baka Monday na ang balik ko ng Bulacan.
Monday na. Baka meron ka, mukhang nagchichillax ka dyan. Sana all may chillax.
Yes.
May chillax. Kasi ako bukas meron pa akong thesis defense. Merong mga MAED students from Mekawayan College na mag-proposal defense. So I have no other option but to be with them to facilitate the defense of thesis tomorrow. Anyway, without further ado, I'd like to give the platform, the Zoom platform, to Attorney Aure for his sharing about patents in doing scientific research. I would like to request everyone that while Attorney Aure is presenting, to mute your audio, please, para hindi masyadong maingay at hindi maabala yung ating discussion with Attorney Aure. The share screen is now open, Attorney Aure. If you have a PowerPoint presentation, you may now begin sharing your screen so that, thank you so much. So, I think they are ready to listen. Wait lang, attorney. I-mute ko muna lahat pati ikaw masasama.
Okay.
Para sila ay ma-mute na rin. Okay. Dapat wala na ako naririnig na boses because it's going to be Attorney Aure's turn today to share his expertise about patents in scientific research. Without further ado, let me give the platform to Attorney Aure. Attorney?
Thank you, Doc. So again, good afternoon, everyone. So maganda po na ang lahat ng participants dito are from the Department of Education. So aside from my knowledge on intellectual property, I can also impart with you kung ano ba yung current situation natin, lalo na that we have a distance learning approach and gamit natin yung intellectual property. So meron po ba tayo dito mga teachers who were tasked to draft modules for the Department of Education? Meron po ba? Kasi yung mga teachers na to na part of the drafting of the modules undergone a series of seminars. So kasama dito yung intellectual property. So what is the reason? Bakit nga ba as teachers kailangan natin malaman yung intellectual property? Kasi batas ito eh. Usually as teachers, ang inaaral natin are the subjects or topics in connection with education. Or as graduate students, bakit ba natin kailangang malaman ang intellectual property? Ang hirap na nga intindihin ng quantitative to qualitative research, tapos dadagdagan pa natin ng batas na napaka-komplikado. So, usually, with our clients sa law firm, kapag ka nagpupunta sila tungkol sa business nila, ang tinatanong nila lagi, is it fair to use an image from Google search and use it on our company brochure? O kaya naman, is it fair to cite someone else's work in a parody? O kaya naman, is it fair to borrow someone else's words to be used in your own speech or in my own speech? So makikita natin to in the Intellectual Property Code. So through the Republic Act 8293 or the Intellectual Property Code, those questions will be answered. So RA 8293 lays down the rules and regulations that grant copyright, trademarks, geographical indications, industrial designs, patents, layout designs in the Philippines. Okay, so kailangan ko ng isang volunteer. Sino ba ang pwedeng mag-on ng mic? Si ano siguro? Si Ma'am Shirley. Ma'am Shirley? Nawala si Ma'am Shirley. Can you turn on your mic po? So every time I conduct my webinar, I encourage the participants or the listeners to participate. So Socratic. Ma-on niyo po ba, Ma'am Shirley, yung mic niyo? Yeah. How about si Mas Marilu? Si Ma'am Marilu Petway. Nakamute pa po kayo, Ma'am Marilu.
Hello sir, good afternoon po.
Ayan, Ma'am. Good afternoon po. Saan division kayo, Ma'am?
Division of Bulacan po.
Okay po. Dapat po dyan po ako nun eh. Pero ang naano po ay si attorney... Sino po ang division lawyer niyo po?
Attorney Elmer Lopez po.
Ayun, si Attorney Elmer Lopez. Okay, Ma'am Marilu. Kapag nakita natin itong figure na ito or itong drawing na ito, ano unang pumapasok sa isip natin? In a snap, ano po ito?
Soft drinks po.
Soft drinks. Okay.
Yeah.
So anong tatak po ng soft drinks kaya?
Coca-Cola.
Coca-Cola. How about ito naman, Ma'am Marilu? Kapag nakita natin itong logo na to, ang pumapasok sa isip natin ay ano po? Ano po? Nakamute po kayo, Ma'am. Pero nakikita ko sinasabi ni Ma'am, iPhone.
iPhone, sir.
iPhone. Tama po. How about itong drawing po naman na ito or itong logo na to? Ano po kaya ito? Ano po yung pumapasok sa isip natin? Meron po bang makakasagot? Makaka-identify?
Mustang, sir.
Mustang. Okay.
Mustang.
Yes. So ito ay tatak ng sasakyan. So thank you, Ma'am Marilu and Sir Jezreel. How about itong line po naman ito? So sabi, I think that I shall never see a poem lovely as a tree. So by Joyce Kimmer. So ito ay linya sa poem na trees. Di ba po?
It's about trees.
Yes. O kaya ito naman, kapag nakita natin itong mga linya na to. Si Popoy. At saka si Basha. Ang pumapasok sa isip natin ay yung movie nila na One More Chance. Okay? So according to experts, sabi nila, kahit na ang dami ng batas about intellectual property, ang taas pa rin ng cases ng infringement. So later on, i-discuss natin what is infringement. So they found out that the reason behind that is because of lack of understanding of intellectual property rights, leading to widespread infringement, in particular of copyright. So sabi rin, because intellectual property is not part of any basic education curriculum. Actually, in high school, in college, hindi naman dinidiscuss to. So kailan lang ba dinidiscuss to? So this is only taught in law schools. So the reason behind that is that intellectual property is not a professional entry requirement. So hindi naman siya requirement. For example, ng DepEd or ng CHED. It is only a requirement under the LEG or the Legal Education Board. And there is a lack of intellectual property skilled teaching staff. Actually, even here in our country, there are only few lawyers who are specializing or practicing intellectual property. Kasi nga medyo complicated po siya intindihin. So that is the reason why we have to discuss this. So kailan ba natin mai-apply ang intellectual property in our profession and as graduate students? So under the Intellectual Property Code, so we'll just discuss a few provisions, so the important provisions of the law. So later on, we'll talk about copyright, trademark, trade name, and patent. So later on, we will be able to determine as graduate student, ano ba yung magagamit natin dito. So actually, the same with you. I'm also enrolled now in graduate school. So may klase kami ngayon, umabsent lang ako. So sana hindi mag-attendance yung professor namin. Ang hirap-hirap po pala ng graduate school. Sobrang daming papers na sinasubmit every week. Parang dapat full-time student. Ang hirap isabay sa work. So first, let's talk about copyright. So copyright is the legal protection extended to the owner of the right in an original work. So original work refers to every production in the literary, scientific, and artistic domain. So among the literary and artistic works enumerated in the Intellectual Property Code, it includes books and other writing, musical works, films, painting, and other works and computer programs. So the copyright laws grants authors, artists, and other creators automatic protection for their literary and artistic creation. So as teachers and as graduate students, saan po ba tayo magpo-fall dito? So it grants to authors, artists, and other creators. So we can be authors. Diba po, marami tayong mga research papers na sinasubmit. We can also be artists. Kasi sa school, minsan meron tayo mga illustrations, meron tayong mga drawing as a material. So what are now the original works pursuant to Intellectual Property Code? First, it can be books, pamphlets, articles, lectures, sermons, addresses, whether or not produced in writing or other matter back in law school. Meron kaming professor, sikat siya na professor sa labor law eh. Yung mga schools, pinag-aagawan siya lagi to conduct lectures on labor law. Every time na magsisimula siya, bago siya magsimula ng lecture niya, i-check niyo muna kami lahat. I-check niyo yung cellphone namin kung naka-on. Sabihin niya, I am not allowing you to record this lecture because my lecture is my intellectual property. So if you want to have it, i-record nyo, pero bayaran nyo ako. Kasi that's copyright infringement now. So letters. Letters are also considered as original works, therefore protected by copyright. Ang text message kaya, ito rin kaya ay maaaring can be protected by copyright ni Jennifer Salonga. Pwede kaya na maprotektahan ng copyright ang isang text message or kaya Facebook post o kaya Twitter post or Instagram post. Usually, di ba, makikita po natin sa mga posts, lalo na sa YouTube ngayon, yung CTTO or ang ibig sabihin ay credit to the owner. Enough na kaya yun? Kasi di ba, minsan may makikita tayo mga Facebook posts na nagandahan tayo and then ika-copy natin, tapos ipopost natin sa sarili nating Facebook page. Tapos ilalagay lang natin credit to the owner. Pero hindi naman in-identify sino ba yung source noong content na yon. So is that enough para masabi na hindi mo na-infringe ang copyright? Actually, the purpose of copyright is to protect the right of the owner or the author. So para every time na gagamitin yung mga gawa niya, for example, yung libro niya, ay the author will be properly credited. However, there is a proper way on how to credit the owner. So, hindi enough na ilalagay lang na credits to the owner. So, there is a proper procedure. So, dramatic or dramatico-musical compositions, so works of drawing, painting, architecture, sculpture, engraving, lithography or other works of art, original ornamental designs, illustration, maps, sketches, photographic works, drawings or plastic works are all considered as original works and protected by copyright. Okay, kapag ka sinabi nating original work and can be protected by copyright, dapat ba ito yung mga original na gawa lang? Hindi pwedeng ginaya sa iba, hindi pwedeng kinopya sa iba para maprotektahan ng copyright. Para ba maging under siya ng copyright, dapat original na gawa mo, hindi pwedeng secondary or kinopya mo lang?
Hindi po. Hi sir, good afternoon po. Vivian Villacortes po.
Yes po ma'am.
Hindi naman po necessarily, as long as the owner is properly cited and and if ever it is not in the Creative Commons, you can ask in letter writing through email that you're asking permission from the author itself or the original, from where the original works has been to be used.
Yes, ma'am, tama po. So that is our procedure po, no? Para hindi natin ma-violate yung copyright infringement. But for example, let's say, si Shakespeare, di ba meron siyang mga literary artworks. Tapos maya-maya, meron pang isang author, let's say, si Jose Rizal. Yung poem niya, kinuha ko din. And then, meron pang isang author na kinuha ko din yung, let's say, yung novel niya. Tapos, itong tatlong literary artworks na to, pinagsama-sama ko, kinompile ko, binukbind ko. Tapos, nakalagay doon sa cover page ng bookbind, prepared by Benedict John Aure. Tapos nakalagay, copyright. Tama ba yung ginawa ko? Pero kung titignan, the poem, the novel, and the other literary artworks, hindi naman ako ang gumawa. Pero nilagay ko copyright by Benedict John Aure. Pwede kaya yun? Can I also be protected by copyright under the Intellectual Property Code? Kasi sabi, yung Section 172, original works lang daw. Para ikaw ay maprotektahan ng copyright law. Pero, under Section 173, meron po tayong tinatawag na derivative works. Okay, so ano ba yung derivative works? So, derivative works shall also be protected by copyright. So, what are the example of the derivative works? So, it can be dramatizations, translations, adaptations, abridgments, arrangements, and other alterations of literary or artistic work. So ano po ba yung example natin ng derivative work? Di ba po, si Walt Disney Productions. Yung story ni Snow White, yung story ni Cinderella, yung story ni Little Mermaid, yung story ni Pocahontas, hindi naman talaga yun originally made by Walt Disney. Actually, these were ancient stories in the 15th century, 16th century, di ba po, mga ano to these are satirical works during that time. Pero in-adopt ito ni Walt Disney. So, ginawa niyang movie. So, yung movie na yon, yung dramatization, yung translation, or adaptation, ay pwedeng i-file ni Walt Disney for copyright. O kaya naman, The Lion King. So, itong story na to originally made by Walt Disney. Pero let's say, si PETA. Si PETA is Philippine... Ano nga ba si PETA? Ang ibig sabihin, yun yung theater po dito sa atin, di ba? Ang ginawa nila, in-adopt nila yung story ni Lion King. And then, naggawa sila ng role-playing. Nagkaroon sila ng dramatization of the Lion King Philippine version. So that can also be protected by copyright under derivative works. So collections of literary, scholarly, or artistic works and compilations of data and other materials which are original by reason of the selection or coordination or arrangement of their content. So di ba po, before the pandemic, tayo sa Department of Education ay meron tayo mga libro na ini-issue sa bata. At yung mga contents po naman itong mga libro na to were not all created by the Department of Education. For example, yung tula ni Rizal. So yun yung gusto natin gamitin, ilalagay natin. For example, the book is about Asian literature. So, different literary artworks across Asia ang sino-compile natin. Pero nakikita natin sa harap or sa likod ng libro ay copyright Department of Education. So, these are derivative works. Okay? So, hindi lang po necessary na original work for it to be protected by copyright, but also derivative works. Okay, so derivative works are also considered as new works. So such new works shall not affect the force of any subsisting copyright upon the original works employed or any part thereof. So titignan din natin ano ba yung magiging epekto nito doon sa original o owner of the literary artwork. If let's say only a portion, kunyari, merong libro si original owner, tapos only a portion of it or only a few pages of it ang kukunin natin, okay lang naman yun. Pero kung yung buong libro ang kukunin natin, tapos sasabihin natin, tayo yung nag-compile nito, ay protected by copyright because it is a derivative work, so hindi na siya pwede kasi it already affects the economic rights of the original owner. So copyright ownership. So sino ba ang may-ari ng copyright? So the general rule, copyright shall belong to the author of the work. So who is the author? So author is the natural person who has created the work. So sabi natin natural person, bakit ba kailangan pang i-mention ng batas yung natural person? Bakit? Meron bang fake person? So under the law po kasi meron tayong tinatawag na natural and juridical person. So natural person are persons who these are living persons. So tayo po yun. Okay? Juridical persons are persons only created by law who has an equal footing or right of a natural person. So yung mga juridical person natin, ito yung mga corporations, partnerships, and other businesses. So parang tao din po sila. So meron silang sariling identity nila, which is equal to that identity of a natural person. So sabi, ang pwede lang maging author is a natural person. Definitely, for example, Rex Bookstore. Hindi naman kaya magsulat ni Rex Bookstore Corporation alone. Hindi naman siya living person. So the persons behind Rex Bookstore are the authors. So what if the works of joint ownership? So the ownership belongs to co-ownership. The exception if there's an agreement in the contrary. Malinaw pa rin po ba yung audio ko po? Gumagalaw po ba yung slide ko?
May naka-open lang po, sir, na mic sa iba.
Okay. Okay, if you are an employee, for example, Rex Bookstore, so, and it is part of regularly assigned duty, so the ownership of the copyright belongs to Rex Bookstore. If not part of regular duties, it belongs to the employer. For example, writer ka ni Rex Bookstore ng mga libro, lahat ng literary artworks ng libro na isusulat mo, kapag ni-register to, the copyright belongs to Rex Bookstore. Pero for example, ang trabaho mo kay Rex Bookstore is IT officer, tapos meron kang naisulat na poem or novel, So the copyright ownership belongs to that IT officer. Kasi hindi naman part ng trabaho ni IT officer ang magsulat for Lex Bookstore. And commission work, so to commissioner belongs the work, to the creator belongs the copyright. So paano ba itong mga commissioned works na to? So minsan, di ba, merong mga politiko or mga CEOs of big corporations, wala naman silang time magsulat ng mga speeches nila. So they ask someone to draft a speech for them. So doon sa commissioner, sa kanya yung work, pero to the creator belongs the copyright. So economic right. So there are two rights of the owner of a copyright. So economic right and moral right. So for the economic right, so the reproduction of the work or a substantial portion of the work. So pwede mong i-dramatize, you can translate it, then you can adopt it. So you can also publish it. So that right belongs to you. So pwede mo rin iparenta yung copyright sa ibang tao. And pwede mo rin siyang i-display anytime. For example, it's a painting. So anytime, you can display it to the public. And then public performance of the work and other communication to the public of the work. And then for moral rights, so you can require that authorship of the work be attributed to you. And you can make alterations of the work prior to or to withhold it from publication. So, pwede mong questionin yung mga tao na gumagamit noong literary work mo. And then, for the term of protection, so, question. Kailan magsisimula yung protection ng copyright? Ma'am Agapito.
Good afternoon po. Sir, upon registration po.
Upon registration. So, for example, meron akong libro na sinulat. And then only after 20 years, doon ko lang naisipan na iparegister yung libro na yun, ipa-copyright. So only after 20 years, doon lang po ba ako makaproprotektahan?
Based from what I understand, sir, yes, sir.
Okay. So, is it also possible, for example, yung libro na yun, tinago ko lang sa cabinet ko. Tapos, meron akong kaibigan, nakita niya yung libro na yun sa cabinet. Nakita niya, hindi pa to naka-register. Hindi pa to copyright protected. Ang ginawa niya, kinuha niya. Tapos, pina-register niya. To whom belongs the copyright?
Doon, sir, sa nagpa-register.
Doon po sa nagpa-register. Okay po. Actually, under the law, sinabi po na from the moment of the creation of the literary artwork, the copyright already belongs to the author of that literary artwork. So kahit po na hindi nyo i-register itong literary artwork na to, automatic, the copyright belongs to you. Kahit po i-register nyo ito only after 10, 5 years, or 15 years. However, kung hindi nyo po ito i-register, there would be a difficulty to determine kung sino ba yung author noong libro or nitong artwork na ito. So the purpose of registering it before the government agency is for the government to monitor and for the third persons can know sino ba yung may-ari dito. For example, itong kanta na to, merong gumawa. Gusto ko gamitin sa movie ko na to. So, i-check ko ngayon doon sa government agency. Sino ba yung may-ari nito? Kasi, I respect his copyright. So, babayaran ko yung royalties niya. So that is only the purpose of registering it. Pero the moment na sinulat niyo po yan, for example, yung iba po sa inyo, nagno-notes ngayon. So kahit hindi niyo po i-register yung notes po ninyo na yan, ay protected na po kayo ng copyright. Okay? So the term of protection, so for original literary and artistic works, so during the lifetime of the author, and then kapag ka namatay yung author, additional 50 years after his death. Works of joint authorship, for example, dalawa yung authors, so during their lifetime, and then for example, yung isang author namatay na, and then buhay pa yung isang author, so during the lifetime of the surviving author. And then if the surviving author dies, additional 50 years from the date of his death. So works of applied art, so 25 years from the date of making. So tingnan po natin, no? Ang sinasabi date of making, hindi po naman sinasabi na from the date of registration. So photographic work, so 50 years from publication of the work. If unpublished, 50 years from the making. And audiovisual works, 50 years from the date of publication. If unpublished, from the date of the making. So as we can see, hindi po naman binanggit dito na from the date of registration. So from the date of the making po lahat. So what are works that are not protected by copyright? So these are idea, procedure, system method or operation, concept, principle, discovery, or mere data. And also the news of the day. So hindi naman siyang kailangan i-register as copyright, and official text of legislative, administrative, or legal nature, as well as any official translation thereof. So official text of legislative, administrative, and legal nature. So ito po yung mga batas. So hindi na siya kailangang i-register to copyright. So works not protected are also works of the government. So for example po, yung modules po natin. Ito po ay produkto ng Department of Education. So kailangan po ba natin i-copyright yung modules po natin? So there is no need. However, there should be prior approval of the government agency or office wherein the work is created shall be necessary for exploitation of such work for profit. So for example, gagamitin mo to and then you'll use it for profit. So you need to seek the permission of the government. So hindi po kasi basta-basta na pwede itong gamitin. Lalo na po, di ba, nung nagsimula yung distance learning natin, we heard that there are some na binibenta yung mga modules issued by the Department of Education. So limitations to copyright. So meron po tayong tinatawag na doctrine of fair use. So, kailan ba natin kailangang kumuha ng consent doon sa owner of the copyright? Kailan natin hindi na kailangang kumuha ng consent sa owner of the copyright? So, the fair use of a copyrighted work for criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, including multiple copies for classroom use, scholarship, research, and similar purposes is not an infringement of copyright. For example, di ba po ngayon nakikita natin sa Facebook or sa YouTube, maraming mga vloggers na ang gagawin nila ay part of their content ay pina-flash nila, let's say, yung video or yung clip from a movie or yung song. O kaya naman, nakita niyo ba si Dr. Phil ba yun? Yung Australian doctor na kinikriticize niya yung mga
Doc Adam.
Si Doc Adam pala, si Doc Adam. Di ba meron siyang kaaway na isa, si Doc
Si Doc Farah.
Yes, si Doc Farah. So, kinikriticize niya. Tapos nagkaroon pa sila ng issue before na dinedemanda ni Doc Farah si Doc Adam because of copyright infringement. Kasi di ba ang gagawin ni Doc Adam, a portion of the YouTube post of Doc Farah, ipopost niya, tapos on, i-criticize niya. So, si Doc Farah na pakailan kita ng case for copyright infringement. However, under the law it is fair use because it is used for criticism. And then multiple copies for classroom use. Sa mga students ko, kapag meron akong pinescribe na book, of course, first, I tell them na bilhin yung libro. Kapag hindi talaga available, then that will only be the time that they can photocopy the book. So, hindi naman din pwedeng yung buong libro yung ipo-photocopy. So, pwedeng only a portion of the book. So, it can be done multiple copies for classroom use. Okay, so there is no copyright infringement. Pero kung ang gagawin ko, ipapo-photocopy ko yung libro, tapos ibebenta ko sa mga estudyante ko, so that is copyright infringement. So, hindi na siya pwede. So what are the factors that we have to consider on the limitations to copyright? So first, dapat it is for non-profit educational purposes. Second, you have to check the nature of the copyrighted works. Baka naman sabihin nyo, for for educational purpose, ang ginawa nyo, PETA, okay lang ba mag-perform kayo sa harap ng students ko without paying you, hindi namin kayo babayaran ng copyright. So, hindi naman pwede yun. So, the nature of the copyrighted work. So, the amount and substantiality of the portion used. So, pwedeng i-photocopy only a portion of the book, but not the whole book. Baka ang gawin pa is yung copy-like. Sa Manila, uso yun eh. Merong malaking photocopy center sa tabi ng UST na laging nare-raid ng NBI. Kasi ang Rex ay nasa lang siya Moraita. So, few meters away lang doon sa photocopy center na yon. So, doon kasi kapag meron kang dinalang libro, pag pina-photocopy mo, yung mismong itsura ng libro, pati yung print, kung gold yung letter sa harap, kung kulay green, kung leather yung libro, gagayahin nila yun. So, book-alike yung tawag. Kung yung libro sa National Bookstore is worth 2,000, sa kanila mabibili mo na mga 600 to 800 pesos lang. So, madami dun mga med student, mga law student. So, ngayon, napasara na yun kasi ni-read siya ng NBI. So, the effect of the use upon the potential market or value of the copyrighted work. So, yun nga, yung kanina. So, instead na yung na pupunta kay National Bookstore or kay Rex Bookstore, so, nawawala yun. So, reproduction of public work. So, it should only be for private reproduction. So, exclusively for research and private study. Okay. Kanina, we were mentioning copyright infringement. So, ano ba yung copyright infringement? So, this is can be, so copyright infringement is directly committed. If directly commits an infringement, so benefits from the infringing activity of another person who commits an infringement and with knowledge of infringing activity induces, causes, or materially contributes to the infringing act of another. So kapag meron kang ginamit na registered copyright at hindi mo sinunod yung tamang procedure in obtaining the consent of the author, So that is called copyright infringement. So this is punishable under the Intellectual Property Code. Later on, we will be, so what's the difference between copyright infringement and plagiarism? Usually, sa graduate school, ang encounter lang natin lagi is plagiarism, di ba? So kapag ka nagsusulat tayo, maingat tayo in referencing the authors kasi ayaw nating mag-plagiarize. So kahit i-paraphrase natin, maingat pa rin tayo because we can be penalized for plagiarism. However, you also have to look into copyright infringement. So the difference between the two, in copyright infringement, so this is provided under the intellectual property. So plagiarism, not under the Intellectual Property Code, but under the revised penal code. Actually, plagiarism is penalized under cyber libel. So doon din siya makasama. So kapag ka-finailan ka ng kaso ng copyright infringement, pwede ka rin file ng kaso ng plagiarism. Okay? So pwede pong sabay yun. Magkaibang kaso po yun. So dalawang kaso ang maharapin mo. Pero pwede naman na finailan ka ng plagiarism, pero hindi ka pa-file ng copyright infringement. So it doesn't mean na nag-plagiarize ka, ay meron ng copyright infringement. Copyright infringement is more on the legal construct, while plagiarism is more on ethical construct. Copyright infringement is committed where copyright subsists. So plagiarism committed even when no copyright subsists is the offended party, while in plagiarism, the community at large is the offended party. So what is a published work? So a published work is one that has been made available to the public prior to its registration. So kahit pa hindi natin ito i-register as copyright, so it can already be considered as a published work. So this includes works that have been made available on the internet through YouTube, Spotify, Amazon, and those that were posted on blogs. So pwede rin sa Google or other websites. So where do we register copyright? So this is registered in the National Library of the Philippines. So the procedure, so magbibigay lang tayo ng 2 copies of the accomplished application form and the duly notarized affidavit. So ang content lang ng affidavit na yon is that is your original work or derivative work at hindi mo ito kinopya sa ibang tao because the National Library cannot verify kung ikaw ba talaga yung gumawa nun. So later on na lang kapag mayroong humabol sa'yo for copyright infringement. So for books and other related printed works, so 2 printed copies of the work. So if the work is still unpublished, the copy submitted should be bound, so soft-bound or ring-bound. So yung application po dito, I guess it's only around 200 pesos. So, di ba, later on, kapag matatapos na tayo sa graduate school, we will be submitting our research work. So, yung thesis natin. Sa amin, in UST, part na siya ng tuition fee namin. So, kapag naayos na namin lahat yung research work namin, yung UST na yung magpa-file sa National Library. I just don't know with other schools, baka kanya-kanya yung pag-file noong copy of the thesis to the National Library. So, here's the link ng National Library. Later on, ibibigyan ko po naman kayo ng copy ng PowerPoint. So, pwede nyo na lang i-copy to check also their website. Okay. These pictures. Ano po kayang mali dito sa mga pictures na to? Ma'am Jeline Lorenzo. Ma'am Jeline? Or si Ma'am Aurora Grace? Si Ma'am Jezreel na lang, nag-raise siya ng kamay.
So yung sa ano po yan, sa designs po, sir, ng mga brands?
Oo. Sir Jezreel pala. So, ano kaya yung
Yes, sir.
mali dito?
So yun nga po, yung
Ano yung-
pagkuha po nila ng design, sir, sa mga registered company. Kasi parang dati, sir, na ano ko na meron po silang mga license na mga ginagawa, sir. So kapag may license sila, for example, yung sa Starbucks na ganyan, may license po sila. Tapos kapag kinopia po nyo yung designs nila, pwede rin po kayong makasuhan, sir.
Oo. Yes, that's right. Kasi kung titignan natin, di ba, yung mga drawings dito, might cause confusion to the public. For example, itong 7 ni Len Sari-Sari Store. Kung unang tingin mo, kung madadaanan mo lang siya, iisipin mo, it's 7-Eleven. O kaya yung katabi, yung KitKat Chunky. Yung nasa baba niya, Kicker. Kung sa malayo, kung hindi mo babasahin, iisipin mo na, ito yung KitKat. For example, nasa grocery store ka, di ba? Tapos nagmamadali ka na. Minsan po, di ba, kung ano lang yung madaanan natin. Kasi usually, alam na natin yung produkto na bibili natin eh. For example, it's KitKat. Malayo pa lang, kapag ka nakita mo ng itong red na bar na to, na may dalawang chocolate na pinaghati, it's KitKat. Minsan, di na natin tinitignan. Dampot na lang tayo ng dampot. Dito naman sa baba, yung shampoo, nakalagay, no more flakes. Pagka nakita natin, isipin natin, Head and Shoulders to. Kasi ito ang advertisement ng Head and Shoulders. Tapos kung titignan natin yung bote, kapareho ng Head and Shoulders. Tapos dito sa upper right picture naman nakalagay Starbucks. Pero kung hindi natin babasahin, iisipin natin agad Starbucks to. So it causes confusion to the public. So ito rin, Fishbowl. Yung titinda ng fishbowl, no? Tapos ito, Nintendo Polystation. So mukha siyang PlayStation. So kung hindi ka ganun masyadong kaalam doon sa produkto, iisipin mo na iisa lang ito. Okay? Or maaaring ito ay, this product is created by the original company. So now, let's talk about trademark. So trademark is a word, a group of words, sign, symbol, logo, or a combination thereof that identifies and differentiates the source of the goods or services of one entity from those of the other. Okay? So merong distinct identity. For example, moonwalk na dance step. Kaninong trademark yun?
Michael Jackson po.
Michael Jackson, di ba? Pagka sinabi natin na frappuccino, kaninong trademark yun? Yung drinks na frappuccino.
Starbucks po, sir.
Ay, Starbucks. Pagka sinabi nating chunky yam pork tocino, kaninong trademark yun? Lagi natin naririnig yan eh. Sa mga advertisement. Pag sinabing chunky yam pork tocino, kay ano siya?
CDO po.
CDO, tama ba?
Pure Foods po ba, sir?
CDO po.
CDO. Ayun, CDO. CDO tocino. Tama ba?
Po, CDO tocino.
Oo. So, yun, di ba? Yun yung trademark. So, trademark is also registered. Kasi nga, this is a distinct identity which is connected to your business. So, hindi pwedeng kahit sino na lang ay gagamitin to. For example, later, i-discuss natin, yung mga pangalan din ay pwedeng i-register as trademark. So, mark means any visible sign capable of distinguishing the goods or service mark of an enterprise and shall include a stamp or marked container of goods. Okay, example din ng trademark natin. Kapag ka meron tayong nakitang yung ano natin kanina, yung Coca-Cola bottle. Di ba? Yung shape ng bottle na yon, walang ibang pwedeng gumamit kundi Coca-Cola lang. Hindi ito pwedeng gamitin ng ibang soft drinks company. So, hindi siya pwedeng i-recycle ng ibang soft drinks company. So, the benefits of registering trademarks. So, a trademark protects a business brand identity in the marketplace. So, registration of it gives the owner the exclusive rights to prevent others from using or exploiting the mark in any way. And aside from being a source identifier, differentiator, quality indicator, and an advertising device, the protective mark may also bring another stream of income to the owner through licensing or franchising. So the term of protection is for 10 years. But you can be protected in perpetuity. So meaning in lifetime. However, you have to renew this every 10 years. Actually, sa Intellectual Property Office, meron po dyan yung mga nag-aabang. For example, Young Port Casino. That line kasi naka-register yun naka-trademark siya kay CEO. Tapos, si Pure Foods kunyari, gusto niya gamitin yung tagline din na yun, yung trademark na yun. Pero hindi niya magamit because it is under the trademark of CEO. Pero kapag yung trademark na yun expires in 10 years, tapos hindi na ito ni-renew ni CDO, pwede na itong i-register ni Pure Foods. Kaya po, si CDO, pagka alam niya na okay, mag-expire na tayo na February 21. February 20 pa lang, nakaabang na sila, nakapila na sila sa IPO para i-register or i-renew yung trademark protection nila. Uso po yan dito sa atin, actually even in other countries. Nag-aagawan sila sa trademark. So, meron din mga insider na sasabihin, ito, malapit na mag-expire, mukhang hindi na nila i-renew. So, bilisan mo na para ikaw na ang mag-register noong trademark na yon. So, well-known marks are also granted protection without the need for prior registration in the Philippines. So, ano ba yung example nito? So, yung Louis Vuitton monogram, di ba? So, Louis Vuitton monogram is not registered in the Philippines naman. Pero, the IPO recognizes such trademark because this has been internationally recognized. So, ano pa yung mga example nun? Yung mga Gucci, Prada, Hermes. So, even if not registered here, still it is protected under our jurisdiction. So, trade names. So, trade names is just the same with trademark. So, it is the name or designation identifying or distinguishing an enterprise. So, there is an actual Supreme Court case about trade name. So, this is the case of Ana L. Ang versus Toribio Teodoro. So, si Ana L. Ang, in the early 1940s, nag-open siya ng apparel business niya. So, nagtitinda siya ng mga t-shirt and mga pants. So, dahil ang surname niya, ang ginawa niya, okay? Tapos, nakita ni Toribio Teodoro yun. Sabi niya, sandali lang, yung pangalan na Ang Tibay, yun din yung pangalan ng business ko. Ang business naman ni Mr. Teodoro, nagbebenta siya ng sapatos. So, meron po ba dito na mga inabutan yung Ang Tibay shoes? Kasi I heard, parang during hanggang 1970s yata or 80s, ay sikat na sikat yung Ang Tibay shoes dahil sobrang tibay daw talaga nun. So, sabi ni Mr. Teodoro, hindi mo pwede gamitin yung pangalan na ang tibay kasi matagal po nang ginagamit yan. So actually, Mr. Teodoro started his business during 1915. So 1910 to 1915. And it was in 1930 nung register niya yung pangalan ng by before the Securities and Exchange Commission. So, infringe. Ang sabi ni Ana L. wala kasi ikaw ang binibenta mo sapatos, ako ang binibenta ko t-shirt at saka pantalon. So, kahit pagtabihin yung produkto natin, hindi naman mako-confuse yung mga tao kung ano ba yung business mo, ano yung business ko. Hindi rin maaapektuhan yung kita mo kasi hindi naman tayo magka-competition. So, sabi ng Supreme Court, so the court have come to realize that there can be unfair competition competing and that such unfair trading can cause injury fair trading. Hindi naman din daw kailangan na magkaroon ng confusion kasi on the part of Mr. Teodoro, hindi na daw niya ma-expand yung business niya. Kasi kapag ka naglagay siya ng t-shirt and pants, so magkakaroon ng unfair competition kay Ana L. So sabi ng Supreme Court kay Ana L. hindi mo na pwede gamitin yung pangalan na ang tibay because that is trade name infringement. So the right to use the trade name ang tibay was given to Mr. Toribio Teodoro. So, yun. So another case is the case of Lyceum of the Philippines versus Court of Appeals, Lyceum of Apari, et al. So in this case naman, si Lyceum of the Philippines parang started its operation during the 1950s. During the 1950s, ni-register ni Lyceum of the Philippines yung pangalan niya sa Securities and Exchange Commission. Tapos, upon registering, nakita niya ang daming schools sa Philippines na ginagamit din yung word na Lyceum. Actually, there were 10 schools during that time. So, isa na dito yung Western Pangasinan Lyceum, Lyceum of Kabahan, Lyceum of Lalo, Lyceum of Apari, and Lyceum of Eastern Mindanao, and Lyceum of Southern Philippines. So, among these schools, ang nagreklamo lang, si Lyceum of the Philippines. Sabi niya, doon sa schools na yun, pinadala niya ng sulat. Sabi niya, i-drop niyo yung pangalan na Lyceum. Kasi ang nangyayari, baka ma-connect kayo sa amin na pagka sinabing, let's say, Lyceum of Apari, baka isipin, you are a branch of Lyceum of the Philippines. So, nag-file siya ngayon ng case sa lahat ng schools na to. So, sabi ng Supreme Court, i-check natin, meron bang confusion among the public na kapag sinabing Lyceum of Apari, ay maaaring connected na ito sa Lyceum of the Philippines. So, tinignan ng Supreme Court yung history. Ano ba yung word na Lyceum? So, sabi, the word Lyceum came from the Latin word. It means Lyceon. Tapos later on, nag-evolve yung word. Nagkaroon na rin siya ng Spanish translation. Sa Spanish, ang tawag sa kanya is Liceo. Sa French naman, Lycée. So, ang ibig sabihin nito is associated to school. So, pag sinabi natin Lyceum, school ang ibig sabihin niya. And actually, kung titignan, yung word daw na Liceo is just the translation of Lyceum. So, bakit yung word na Liceo ay hindi ipa-drop doon sa ibang schools na gumagamit din? So, ano yung naging decision ng, ang sabi pa pala ni Lyceum of the Philippines, nagkaroon na daw ng secondary meaning. Under the trading kasi, meron tayong tinatawag na secondary meaning, wherein the generic word ay pwede mo nang ipa-register or it can be protected by trade name. So, for example, Lyceum. Hindi naman inimbento ni Lyceum of the Philippines yung word na Lyceum. Actually, it's a foreign word. So, gusto niya exclusively siya lang ang gagamit. So, sabi ng Supreme Court, hindi siya nagkaroon ng secondary meaning. The word Lyceum denotes as a school or institution of names of private respondents. Institutions are identical with or deceptively or confusingly similar to that of the petitioner institution. So, hindi daw komot si Lyceum of the Philippines ay ginagamit yung word na yun, ay mako-confuse na yung public sa ibang schools who are using Lyceum. Sabi ng Supreme Court din, yung titignan natin sa history, Lyceum, Western Pangasinan Lyceum has been using the word Lyceum even 17 years before na-open yung Lyceum of the Philippines. So kung exclusively igagrant daw yung Lyceum, hindi ito kay Lyceum of the Philippines, but kay Western Pangasinan Lyceum. But the court did not grant the exclusive use of the word Lyceum. So sabi, anyone can use the word Lyceum. So doon sa Antibay, sabi, meron daw confusion. Pero dito sa Lyceum, though same word yung ginamit, pero sabi ng Supreme Court, there will be no confusion daw. So another example, kanina nabanggit natin yung secondary meaning. So these are generic words. Pagka generic words kasi hindi siya pwedeng i-register as a trade name. But in the United States, merong isang Hollywood rapper, singer, na pinaregister niya yung generic words. So ito si if you're familiar with 50 Cent, so yung mga bata dito, so si 50 Cent, rapper po siya. Tapos yun yung screen name niya. So ang ginawa niya, ni-register niya yung pangalan niya at siya lang ang binigyan ng exclusive use to use the word 50 Cent. So when we say 50 Cent, it refers to him. So it does not refer to a money. But here in the Philippine jurisdiction, hindi po pwede yun. So next is patent. So what are patentable inventions? So these are any technical solutions to a problem in any field of human activity which is new, involves an inventive step, and is industrially applicable shall be patentable. So it may be or may relate to a product or process or an improvement of any of the foregoing. So himayin po natin yung definition ng patent. So for an invention to be patentable, so first, the invention must be technical solution to a problem. So dapat, itong invention na to ay solution siya to an existing problem. Kung walang problema, hindi siya solution sa existing problem, it cannot be patented. So second, the invention must be new. So new meaning walang ibang kapareho. So first time that it will be registered under patent. So third, it should involve an inventive step. So dapat may method. Merong steps, dapat may procedure yung invention mo. And lastly, it should have industrial applicability. So it must be used in the industry. So industrial applicability. So dapat kumpleto itong apat na to for it to be a patentable invention. Kapag mawala yung isa dyan or dalawa dyan, it cannot be registered under patent. So what are now non-patentable matters in the Philippines? So first, discoveries, scientific theories, and mathematical methods, a law of nature, a scientific truth, or knowledge. So discoveries. So discoveries cannot be patented because these are natural phenomena. So these are property, organisms, materials, and objects are not creations of man. For example, yung gold. For example, first time na ni-discover ang gold. So sabi, ay ako nakakita nito. So dapat i-patent sa akin. So hindi pwede yun because these are mere discoveries. These are not created by man. So next, scientific theories and mathematical methods. So this cannot be patented because theories and mathematical methods do not by themselves create a useful, tangible product. So dapat tangible siya. And then, a law of nature, a scientific truth or knowledge. So explanation, abstraction, mental constructs, or mere understanding are not tangible. So you have to take note na dapat yung patentable inventions are tangible. So schemes, rules, and methods of performing mental acts and playing games. So hindi rin siya pwedeng i-patent because concepts, methods, or systems need to be embedded in a device or process to be eligible for protection. So programs for computers. So programs for computers cannot be patented because these can be protected under copyright. Okay, so plant varieties or animal breeds are essentially biological process for the production of plants and animals. So hindi rin siya pwede i-patent. So aesthetic creation. So aesthetic creation cannot be patented also because it can be protected under copyright. Okay, so let's have an exercise. So tell whether the following is patentable subject matter or not. So first, a previously unknown variety of mushroom which contain more antioxidants than any other variety. So the invention claims the new variety. So can this be patented or not?
Not po.
Anyone po? Ano po yun?
Hindi po.
Hindi po. Bakit po kaya?
Kasi sir, hindi naman siya mankind.
Oo, so sabi natin kanina, di ba, yung mga discoveries, so not created by man, cannot be patented. Actually, this has been in existence for thousands of years. Nandyan na siya. So, nakita mo lang siya. So, it cannot be patented. Sabi, di ba, it should be new. The creation must be new. Okay, so this has been already existing for years. So, it is not new. Okay, next, piezoelectric natural quartz crystal for use in energy harvesting. So yung quartz crystal, so ginagamit daw siya for energy harvesting. Can this be patented or not?
Not din po, sir.
Hindi rin, because
natural po kasi siya, sir. Di po siya yun. Gawain.
So, same explanation po, no? So, this is just a mere discovery. Okay, and then last, nano rockets for delivering drugs within a human or animal body.
Yes, sir. Pwede po.
Pwede siya. Bakit po kaya?
Kasi, sir, new discovery po siya and sa mankind po.
And ano po?
Ayun nga po, sir. New discovery po siya. And it's tangible also po. Yan.
Okay. Balikan po natin yung isang Okay, ito. So sabi, methods for treatment of the human or animal body by surgery or therapy and diagnostic methods practiced on the human or animal body. So this provision shall not apply to products and compositions for use in any of these methods. So titingnan natin, it might be something new. So merong existing problem. So dito kasi the problem is paano matatransport yung gamot doon sa loob ng katawan ng tao. So nag-invent sila ngayon ng device. So meron ba siyang industrial applicability. So pwede, it can be used in hospitals. However, the law expressly provides that it cannot be patented because it is rejected on ethical and moral grounds. So human or animal body cannot be subject of methods. So only methods are excluded. Pero for example, gamot. Gamot ang na-invento. Can this be patented or not? Kung naaalala po ninyo, sometime mga 10 years ago, 15 years ago, doon yung sobrang sumikat yung glutathione. Meron po bang nag-glutathione dito? Mga 10 years ago, sobrang mahal po nun, di ba? Parang every dose of injection can cost you 10 to 15,000. Pero ngayon, yung isang buong box ng glutathione ay mabibili mo na merong pinakamura 3,000.
Meron
Pero
pa
dati
pong,
sobrang mahal niya.
good afternoon po. Meron pong 1.5.
Mas mura, 1.5. Ano po kaya yun? FDA registered.
Made
Pero
from
actually,
China po.
mura na nga ngayon yung mga glutathione kasi meron ng mga dosage na 300, 500. Pero dati sobrang mahal niya. So the reason is because nakapatent pa siya before. And if nakapatent ang gamot, so lahat ng production only belongs to the owner of the patent. So ako lang ang mayroong karapatan na mag-produce ng gamot nito. Kung gusto ko i-pressure siya ng ganito kamahal, wala kang magagawa kasi wala namang competition eh. Ako lang ang nagpro-produce. Di ba nga po, ngayon, during our pandemic, I don't know if it's Pfizer ang nagsabi na kapag na-discover namin yung gamot for COVID-19, hindi namin ito i-register as patent. So that even other pharmaceutical companies can manufacture the drug for global consumption. So drugs, medications can be patented. Okay, for the patentability, so paano natin ma-check, aside from the 4 elements that we've discussed earlier, paano natin masasabi that it can be subject of patent? So we check for the novelty of the invention. So an invention shall not be considered new if it forms part of a prior art. Okay? So hindi natin masasabi na bago or na new itong invention na to if it already forms part of the prior art. So ano ba ang ibig sabihin ng prior art? So prior art under section 24.1, so everything which has been made public anywhere in the world. So before the filing date or the priority date of the Philippine application claiming the invention. Anyway, for example, meron dalawang tao. Hindi sila magkakilala. And then by accident, yung machine na ni-invent nila, parehong-pareho. Si Mr. A, nauna lang siya ng invention ng let's say 1 buwan. Si Mr. B, pareho yung inventions nila, ang ginawa ni Mr. B, ni-register niya sa IPO ngayon. So, nakakuha siya ng Certificate of Patent. So, si Mr. A, hinahabol niya ngayon si Mr. B. Sabi niya, the patent belongs to me because kung titignan, I am 1 month ahead from you. Mas nauna kong na-invento itong machine na to. So, to whom belongs the patent? Kay Mr. A or kay Mr. B? Pareho ba siya ng protection given by copyright? Sabi natin sa copyright, there is no need to register for you to be copyright protected. So, sa patent, ganun din kaya? Kailangan bang i-register muna or hindi na? Basta ikaw yung nakaunang maka-invento, the patent already belongs to you. Paano po kaya? The same po kaya or hindi? So actually, under the law, it's different sa patent. So it's not the same with copyright. Sa patent, the person who first register, then the certificate of patent belongs to that person. So unahan po dito sa pag-register. So kahit yung patent na yan, yung invention na yan, ay ninakaw ko lang at na-register ko sa akin, then the certificate of patent belongs to me. Okay? So prior art. So for us to determine novelty, so dapat it does not form part of a prior art. So dapat walang nag-i-exist na registration. So hindi siya registered to any intellectual property office. So sabi, hindi lang sa Philippines, but anywhere in the world. So before the filing date or the priority date of the Philippine application. Okay, so how do we test the novelty? So the primary document contains elements or features such as ABC of the claimed invention. So si primary document, siya yung ano ngayon, yung nag-a-apply for patent. While si reference document, siya yung prior art. So only one reference or prior art document is required. So sa kanya kino-compare. So this document also contains the elements or features, like example ABC, of the invention. So sabi, para daw ma-check yung novelty, dapat yung primary document ay hindi katulad ni reference document. So novelty objection arises when the subject matter of primary document is derivable directly and unambiguously from prior document, including any features implicit to a person skilled in the art. So dapat wala daw kapareho. So dapat kung a primary document, ABC, hindi pwedeng ABC din na kay reference document. Okay. For example, there is a famous case in 2006. So this is called the Donald Duck prior art case. So in this case, so the following story is based on an account presented in the Donald Duck as prior art case in 2006. So on September 14, 1964, the freighter Al Kuwait carrying 5,000 ships capsized at the docks in Kuwait Harbor. So the accident threatened the contamination of the city of Kuwait's drinking water supply. So yung barko daw na pagmamayari ng Kuwait, lumubog. So kailangan nilang makuha to, kailangan masalvage kasi napopollute yung tubig sa Kuwait. So ngayon, merong Danish inventor, si Carl Kreuer. So meron siyang naisip na method kung paano maisa-salvage yung barko. So sabi niya, dapat daw ang punuin yung barko ng air so para maging buoyant. So this is the actual drawing na sinabit niya sa intellectual property office. So ayun yung barko na nasa ilalim. So nag-connect ng tube, ng pipe, tapos lalagyan ngayon ng material that is buoyant. So kailangan may hangin. So para lumutang yung barko. So on December 31, so eventually naging successful. So lumutang yung barko. So naisip ni Mr. Carl na i-register. So on December 31, 1964, so he filled the ship with 27 million plastic balls. So made of expandable polystyrene foam. So he succeeded in raising the sunken ship. So because he succeeded, ang ginawa niya, i-register niya yung method, yung procedure, yung invention niya sa UK and sa Germany. So the two patents were granted. So these are the actual patents. But a Dutch patent office denied the application. So, meron pa siyang isang application na final pero dinay. So, sabi, yung inventive elements mo na merong salvage chip, tapos maglalagay ka ng tube, tapos maglalagay ka ng plastic ball, sabi, nakita na namin yan eh. Hindi naman bago yan. Diba? For a patent to be a patentable invention, ang elements natin, dapat new. Sa elements, it has to be new. Pero sabi ng Dutch government, hindi bago yan, nakita na namin yan. So ano yung prior art na naging basis ni Dutch government? Sabi ng Dutch government, meron na sa amin nag-register ng ganyan. There is already an existing prior art. So sabi ni Mr. Carl, ano yun? Chinek ko naman lahat ng patents. Wala namang naka-register na gantong procedure, na gantong invention. So ano yung pinakita ng Dutch government? So itong drawing na to. So in 1949, the Donald Duck story, The Sunken Yacht by Karl Barks, shows Donald and the nephews racing a ship by filling it with ping pong balls, shoved through a tube, as can be seen below in the image cited from that story, as can be seen above. So, yung titigyan natin ay yung story, no? So, nasa dagat din sila, nasa barko sila, tapos merong tube na nakababa sa dagat. Tapos, ang ginagawa nila, sinisil nila ng ping-pong balls. And then later on, doon sa pictures, merong lumutang na barko. So, ito yung sinasabi na prior art ng Dutch government. And in fact, that prior art was registered through a copyright under Walt Disney Productions. So this is the copyright basis of the Dutch government. So sabi, all the technical features are present. So merong salvage ship, merong tube, merong plastic balls, and the methodology is the same. So, ano kaya yung nangyari sa case? Nanalo kaya si Mr. Carl or hindi? So, natalo siya. So, hindi ginran sa kanya yung patent because there is already an existing prior art. So, kung titignan natin, no, natalo siya because of a cartoon story, because of Donald Duck. Okay. So we've already discussed the four important provisions of intellectual property code. So earlier, we mentioned that there was a rising issue on infringement, even there are existing laws on the protection of intellectual property. So the experts have identified that the reason behind this is because there is a lack of information dissemination about intellectual property, since this is not part of the basic education curriculum. But at present, like this, the seminars conducted in graduate schools, intellectual property are already part of the curriculum. That is why we can already lessen or prevent committing infringement. So right now, there's already a high demand for intellectual property training. Actually, even in most government agencies, kahit hindi naman nag-i-issue or naglalabas ng mga artistic works or literary arts ng government agencies, it has already been a mandatory na mag-undergo yung mga government employees ng intellectual property training, even in some private corporations, and most especially now in the Department of Education. Maganda nga po kasi most of the teachers, kahit hindi naman part ng pagdadraft ng modules, are already given the opportunity to have a training on the intellectual property. So right now, intellectual property is now available to non-law courses, and there's already an increasing movement to embed in basic education. So among the four provisions among the 4 protections provided by intellectual property. As graduate students, ano po kaya yung magagamit natin dito? Is it copyright, trademark, trade name, or patent? Sino po bang pwede? Ma'am Concepcion.
Hello po, sir.
Ay, ma'am. Ano po kaya yung mas magagamit natin dito? Kasi, anong year na po ba kayo? First year, second year?
Second year po.
Second year. So, nagsusulat na po kayo ng research?
Hindi pa po, sir.
Ay, hindi pa. Okay po.
Anyway,
Anyway, later on. Actually, even if pag nagsasabit lang tayo ng term papers, even if hindi pa yung mismo research natin, magagamit na natin intellectual property code. Among the 4, ano po kaya yung mas makakatulong sa atin?
Copyright po.
Yung copyright po, no? Kasi it's more on the literary artwork. But, kasi meron ibang mga research po, no, na later on, they have to produce, for example, for engineers, yung mga inventions, ganun po yung mga research nila. So, they have to create kung ano man yung produkto ng research nila. So, they can also use patent. Actually, copyright, trademark, trade name, and patent, lahat naman ay pwedeng gamitin. But in our case, mas magagamit po natin yung copyright. So, ayun po. I guess that's my last slide. And if you have questions, pwedeng i-turn on nyo na lang po yung mic nyo or you can just type it po sa chat room.
All right. Thank you so much, Attorney Aure, for that very comprehensive discussion about patents. No, I think they were enlightened on how they could submit their inventions or materials for possible patenting. The platform now is open for clarificatory questions or anything that you would like to comment about the topic that was presented by Attorney Aure. Anyone, please. So, walang gusto magtanong, ibig sabihin malinaw sa kanilang pagkakapresent ng ating resource speaker for this afternoon. Wala nang tanong?
Anyway po, if in the future po, meron naman kayong gustong tanongin while you are conducting your research, you can email me anytime. I'll just send the email. It's benedictjohn.aure@defed.gov.ph.
All right. So that's the email address of Attorney Aure, so that when you have questions or inquiries as regards to your research paper, then Attorney Aure can respond to your inquiries. So with that, can we give Attorney Aure a digital clap? Kasi hindi niya maririnig yung palakpak natin ngayon dahil naka-mute kayo. Pwede bang emoticons clap na lang? If you agree that Attorney Aure was able to excellently deliver the topic that was assigned to him. Ayan, dahil mo nakuwang emoticons clap, Attorney Aure.
Thank you po. Anyway, Doc, I have to be candid. Akala ko, nasa isip ko yung schedule natin next Saturday.
Akala mo ano?
Akala ko next Saturday, Feb 27. Yun ang nasa calendar ko.
Ay, sorry. Oo.
Hindi, okay lang. Buti na lang nag-message ka last night.
Oo.
That's why I was reminded. And at least, meron akong material for copyright, for intellectual property. Kaya,
ikaw
buti na lang nag-message ka.
Ikaw anytime ready ka. Hindi mo na kailangan i-prepare, naka-ready ka palagi.
Yung mga ibang topics lang.
Naka-stack na yan sa 100 terabytes na memory card mo eh.
Anyway, yung copy po ng presentation, isa-send ko na lang sa iyo, Doc, para po for maggamit po.
Yeah. Actually, Attorney Aure, this video, the lecture was recorded and this will be posted in their GCs so that whenever they would like to go over or review the topic that you discussed, meron tayong tinatawag na asynchronous learning. Kasi we have some students who do not have good internet connection today or who have a special appointment that they need to attend to, then hindi sila naka-attend ngayon. So, may asynchronous tayo. After today, magre-record automatic ito sa Zoom ko. I am sending them the link, the video, para pwede nilang i-review anytime they wanted to. Okay. So, I think Attorney Aure was able to provide us voluminous and extensive knowledge about patents in scientific research. With that, we would like to say thank you, Attorney Aure.
Thank you po.
Thank you so much.
Thank you po.
And
Sir Loki po.
we hope that
Thank you po.
Sir Loki, can we have a request po na magpa-feature po together with attorney and you po, sir?
Featured daw. O sige, no problem. Sige, everybody open your camera para makasama sa mga gallery view picture.
Ma'am Syra, pa-picturean po, Ma'am Syra.
Attorney Aure, are you allowing them to, just in case they will sit in their Facebook accounts?
Okay lang po.
Nakikita yung face mo at saka yung full name mo, okay lang sa'yo?
Okay lang po, I'm giving my consent.
Ayan, pinapayagan kayo na mai-post ninyo yung kanyang face and full name. And you will not be violating any data privacy act. Alright, so, meron na ba? Pakit na ng konti at mag-smile na para makapag-picture na.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Isa pa po.
Si Jeffrey talaga ang taga-count,
Okay na po.
All right. So with that, we had a very good discussions from starting this morning until this afternoon. It's been a long day for everyone, I guess. And I hope that you learned a lot from our two speakers for today. And expect that next Saturday, we will have another set of webinar. Kaya nga webinar series yung ginawa natin. Attorney Aure, kasi I do not want the boring type na grad school na na it monotonous na isa lang ang nagtitinda. So I am inviting experts to talk about topics that are related to research. Kasi yung
okay po yan.
Oo, yung sa akin kasi sawang-sawa na sila sa pagmumukha ko kaya tinatago ko na yung mukha ko eh.
Hindi naman, sir. Grabe.
Kaya nag-i-invite ako ng other personalities kasi na sila. Suka na sila sa pagmumukha ko. O lagi nakikita nila.
Fake news po yun. Fake news.
I'm sorry?
Fake news po yun, sir.
Fake news ba yun? Alright, kidding aside, I hope that everybody learned from our discussion. We had a productive Saturday today. And we hope to see you again next Saturday for another series of discussions. No? So with that, I'd like to end this Zoom meeting by saying keep safe and good luck everyone. Attorney Aure, maraming salamat kahit nasa Pampanga ka.
Thank you po.
Nakarating ka pa din.
Thank you, attorney. Thank you po.
Thank you po.
God bless po.
Bye-bye,
attorney.
Thank you po, SDS.
May title na.
Thank you po, attorney Aure.
Alright. Sige. See you next time.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, attorney.
Bye po.
Bye, attorney.